everyone. Welcome. Howdy to everyone joining. We're so glad that you guys are here with us today. I'm going to be hosting today. My name's Anna. I'm the Customer Education Manager here at Encircle. And I'm going to, toss it over to Kris if you want to take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, guys. We're going to do estimating. There was a lot of questions that came in. And so of those questions, a lot of it was focused on Xactimate. And that wasn't how I had planned this boot camp. This was sort of give you an idea. There's like the buttonology of Xactimate, how to make the individual buttons go. Before you do that, you have to have a foundation of understanding everything that surrounds the estimate from a mechanical function. So we're going to get into that today. I tried to open up Exact. I'm getting a frame error on my sketch and on my estimating items. Keeps closing the program, so I can't do a live demo with you on some things I was going to share. So what we'll do is I'll go through and we'll talk about it in your Q&A. If you ask the questions, I can discuss it. I just can't show it to you today. So there's a bunch of stuff that I was going to go and show you that I can't, but we're going to be able to discuss it anyway. And then what we have is we'll talk about the actual unit pricing and some of the factors that you need to consider when you're doing estimating and Xactimate. Now, there was a lot of questions we had. How do you work with adjusters? How do you work with reviewers? And part of it is the estimate itself is part of the process. The other part is selling it. So that's documentation. So we're going to cover off a lot of this. But there was so many questions we got. It was like a wide range from line items to how do I deal with problem adjusters to insurance companies changing protocols. So I'll try to answer as much as I can. And then in the Q&A, if your question is still pressing and I didn't get to it, every time we stop for questions, fire away, and I'll try to do my best to keep up with them. Today, what we're going to do is we're going to go through this. We're going to go through the estimating struggle today, the problems that you guys are facing. And in there, we're going to discuss some of the challenges. We do have some surveys. Every time you guys participate in a survey, if you've never been to one of these, every time you participate in a survey, none of your names appear. It's just shown as a group result. So feel free to share what you're being asked freely. None of your information will be shared. Then we're going to look at the 5 estimating systems. And so this is the 5 different ways that we estimate in the industry. Most people, when they start off, they learn Xactimate because that's what you do in residential. But if you want to grow past that, you need to learn the other estimating systems. Most of the people that are doing large loss or the complex stuff aren't doing Xactimate. You use time and material or a different system. So we're going to talk about that. Then we're going to talk about buttonology versus estimating, which you have to understand. The buttonology is making a computer system work versus the actual process of estimating. And most of the time, it's convoluted on how we do that. Then we're looking at estimating traps, the factors that are going to hold you or your estimators back from being able to become really profitable. And that's some of the outside factors that influence us as restorers, the pressures we have from insurance companies and reviewers. Then we go and look at program versus non-program work. So the different mindset. If you started in the business under programs, then you're going to have a different mindset than if you started coming in and selling your own business. We're going to take 2 breaks today. So there'll be 2 10-minute breaks, not 15. And then what we'll do is we'll do a 5-minute Q&A and then a 10-minute break, and we'll move from there. The next part of it, after we're done the break, we go into unit price risks, which is talking about Xactimate, although we're not going to talk about the exact buttons, but we will talk about what the risks are of unit pricing. The argument of tools of the trades. So when someone says it's just a tool of the trade, you don't charge for it, we're going to discuss that in depth. Then we're going to look at the parts of an estimating system that come together so they make a profitable estimate. How do you document it so that you can win the estimate, win your profits, and then what it takes to be a profitable restorer. Then we close out with a Q&A there. We're going to do about an hour-long Q&A. I'll stick around and answer as many questions as I can. We're going to start with the estimating struggle today. And if you're in the game of restoration, it is a different business than if we were in, say, any other business that we're looking at, right? If you're a drywaller, it's a different business. You're in that commodity-based, push the revenues in, simple estimating, simple execution of work. But when you look at what we're dealing with as a restorer, you've got multiple clients that you need to deal with. You're selling sometimes a value to the customer, but then you're selling the number to an adjuster who has no value on the quality of the work. They're just trying to get the lowest number. And so you have all these different pressures, which comes in and puts a lot of external strain on your business. You might not recognize it at that time that all that external strain is coming in, and it does things to your staff, right? You learn different rules. You become conditioned to what is and isn't allowed based on certain programs. And the other side that we look at it is that the people that are in this industry are generally helpers. You find a lot of volunteer firefighters, people that want to be police, paramedics. They end up in this industry because you still get to help the community and you get to help them at their time of need. Well, that drive to help people sometimes sacrifices our business profitability, because you're like, I want to help people who had a disaster. That starts to struggle, and that struggle will impact your estimating, because you're morally torn between helping people and going out and making a profit. And then sometimes you're told things along the way that makes it even harder to adjust. Like, your estimate's too high, you guys are doing the wrong thing, you're ripping us off. And he's like, no, I'm just trying to help people and I need to make money to do it. And so we're going to focus on all of that, because in order for you to do this, you need to get into your business, you need to deliver exceptional service. You have to be profitable. If you don't have profits, you're out of the game, right? Profits are the blood and the lifeline to playing this game, and you need to have those profits there. So it's not a dirty word. We're going to focus on profits today. We're going to talk about profitability. We're going to talk about cash reserves, all the things that you need to do as an estimator as you're writing your numbers and trying to move those numbers into an invoice. And then when that invoice gets paid, the difference between your costs and what's left over is the profit. That's what we're trying to maximize. Now, when we look at it, we look at our business, and the way I look at it is a normal business. You would look at your business and you say, hey, I'm trying to get someone to make an investment in my business. And the problem is you have this insured that sits in the middle. And so the insurance company goes, oh, we have investments too. We have this cash that you want to take from us, but we look at your business as an expense. And so all of a sudden, you're in this tightrope that you have to walk with the insured. You have a customer who paid money for an insurance policy, and they want to get a protection back, and you have to, as a contractor, deliver on that. Now, the insurance company puts in all of these stopgaps to protect their investment, and you are looked at as an expense, an unnecessary expense or a necessary expense, but they don't want to pay more for your services when they can get it from someone else cheaper, because they don't see the value inside their business. They don't see the result. They're just looking at you as a balance sheet or a profit loss and said, we have a claim came in, pay it the least amount you can. Let's get that service back and let's get the homeowner back, but don't overpay. And so they put all these safeguards in place to protect their investment, and your job is to fight against it. And if you want to think about it this way, think of it as like a financial fortress, right? Everyone who holds the revenue on the other side of the wall gets to determine when they're going to pay and how they're going to make you come through the hoops to get through the door so you can get paid. Now, when we look at it in the struggles of getting paid, part of it is, how do we communicate? Who are we doing our contracts with? And then what are we actually trying to get agreement on? Normally, you try to get agreement on scope. If we can knock down some of those big dominoes, where we knock down some of the big objections that someone would have, we can move ourselves closer to getting paid. And so we make it so it's easier to get paid, but it's emotionally draining. So your estimators get trained by the reviewer or by the consultants or by a TPA of what they can and can't do. And those rules that you apply to one job may not apply to another, but we may inherently go, there'll be less resistance if I just do what I was told to do. And at the detriment of your business, you're making bad financial choices. We also look at what is the emotional toll that this puts on your business. You're dealing with customers that have the contract with the insurance company, and what the insurance company has sold is a peace of mind contract. Basically says that if you have one of these losses, or if you have anything other than these exclusions, you're covered. And when we look at an insurance contract, they're not all the same, but when we look at them as restorers, we look at them and say, well, if it says that you're covered, then you're covered, and we should just do the work the same way. But all policies have different frameworks around them. They have different coverage degrees, right? Like if you bought a Chubb policy and you paid $5,000, it's probably going to be different than if you bought another brand for $1,000. Like they're not the same insurance policy on the same house. So you wouldn't expect the same type of coverage. You pay for a premium insurance carrier, so you get premium coverage. As a restorer, we don't normally look at things like that. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who you're dealing with. You have reviewers, TPAs, consultants, all of them are there to protect the financial interest of the insurance company, but you're the only one that's actually delivering on that promise to get someone whole again. So out of all the people that they put in place, you're the one that's effectively doing the service, delivering that service, and making sure that it hits the customer. And so that's why it's important that we document everything that we're doing to get our jobs to the end where we get paid. And your justification is I'm doing what the contract says to do in order to get to the end result. So that's when we write an estimate or a scope, that's the first thing we're looking at is what does it take to get the customer back? Take out all the considerations from the insurance company, all the rules, take out all the insurance upgrades that they want to do. And all we do is what is the scope to get the insured back to where they want to be? That's where we're starting point. That's our starting point. So when I don't want to do that. When I looked at this, I came into the industry back in 2005 or six, and I started as an adjuster. And then after a little bit of time, I worked in the industry for a bit. I went in from an adjuster side. I went to become an adjuster. Sorry, went from adjuster to work for a contractor on a national company, and then I worked for an individual office, and then I worked for a large corporation, and I ran one of the largest branches. I learned a lot about how to get offices profitable and all the downward pressure. And what was interesting is while I was doing that, I was learning how to make money and how to be profitable in this industry. I was Canada's when I took this picture, it's like fake it till you make it. I was at that time, I was Canada's only independent Xactimate trainer, meaning I didn't work for anybody else. I only worked for myself and then anyone that would hire. So like the hired gun that would come in and train companies. And so I got to work with insurance carriers and contractors and teach them Xactimate. And then it wasn't the Buttonology I was teaching. I was teaching the how to make money with it. So how to actually take the system and make money with it. And I did that, and I opened my consulting firm. And then I got to do some work with the RCOC, which was the Restoration Contractors Organization in Canada. The top banners like Belfour, First On Site, Service Master, DKI, Paul Davis, Winmar, I'll forget a couple here on side. All of these big brands, First On Site, all these brands, all the CEOs were saying, hey, we have a lot of downward pricing pressure on us. Can you work with Deloitte? And between Deloitte and myself, can we come in and fix or understand where our margins are evaporating? And so for a while there, I was just focused on how do we generate profitability inside the systems that we're using. And most of it was Xactimate. And when I was brought in and we started working on that, we started to look at how does that change the way you write an estimate? And what we know is that the digital systems put confines around you that aren't necessarily supposed to be locked in place. So when we talk about Xactimate, they start with a price list. And that price list we know you could be higher or lower, but they just pick a median price. And that price, the insurance carriers look at that and go, that's the price. Meanwhile, it's actually picked from a higher and lower pool. And we need to understand that because when we started to look at profitability for the entire book of business in Canada, what we found is that those pricing numbers weren't being adjusted fast enough or quick enough. Now, they made changes, so the prices have got better, but it doesn't mean that they actually are improved across the entire book of business or that every price list is right or that they're getting accurate feedback. And so what we understand through that study is that when we did time and material invoicing, we made more money. When we were moving into unit pricing, there was financial pressures coming in that were impacting price. And all of that became a major challenge. Now, I did that from 2011. We did the study in 2013. And then for the next 2 or 3 years, we were following that along and the prices came up and got adjusted. At the same time, we saw events happen like Fort McMurray, where the Xactimate price list was basically thrown out. And then contractors came in and set their own prices when they were doing rate and material. And it was typically higher than Xactimate. And so there's market conditions that will impact how you're coming up with your price. I got to meet this gentleman, Ken Tucker, and he told me that if I wanted to understand an owner's frustration, I should probably run a business. And I come back to Ken because it was the best advice I ever got. So at the time I was a consultant. Ken helped me get to the RCOC. He was the one that brought me in, but he's like, hey, if you screw up, 80% of your customer base or potential customer base is gone. You'll never do business with them again. And so don't screw up this pricing study. But in 2011, he had given me some advice saying, hey, if you want to understand how a restorer functions, it's great you manage businesses, but you won't know until you're an owner. And so I had to go take the owner's journey of becoming an owner, understanding what the ownership meant, understanding the sleepless nights, laying in bed at wake at night, looking and hoping that you got a check in the morning because you can't make payroll that afternoon. And so all those pressures were impacting how you operate a business. And if I didn't go through that, I wouldn't have understood what it takes to run a restoration company. Even though I got to run some of the largest companies that have ever existed, I got to run a $40 million branch in a region, which is a unique experience because there's not many businesses out there that are that size. Having the understanding of what it took to be an owner totally changed my perspective on how we look at profit. And what was interesting is as we went through and looked at that profitability on a micro scale, like it was only a $3 million business, it provided me a lot of insight into what Ken was talking about, which is small changes in your business. You have to have factors that allow you to run the business like a proper organization. You have to put your house and your family's future on the line. There's a lot of pressure that comes with that. So I took on a partner and I went into a business and we had some pretty interesting numbers. When we ran the business, the first year they didn't make any money. And then I came in and we grew the business to about a 14% net. The next year we put an 18% net in. And so my second year in the business, I had grown the business fairly well. Now, based on the projection, we had sales that were coming in and our sales should have gone up, right? Our sales went up. Our profit should have been about 22%. That's what we were predicting. At the exact same time, I was doing that RCOC study and I took my eye off the business. So I was helping my friend here get his business up and profitable. And instead of turning a profit, he got sick. I ended up having a loss. And that loss was incredibly devastating because I had been working with the entire Canadian restoration industry to how to make more money. And all of a sudden we have a loss that took a place in our business. So you have that imposter syndrome that kicks in. The next year, we turned a small profit, not very much, a couple percent. But I had retooled the entire business. I looked at how we did estimating across the board. Everything from the contract all the way to the invoice got redone. And what we did is in the following year, we ended up turning more sales and more profit. And what happened is when you crank that profit around and you look at the business that way, everything revolved around estimating and systems and the technicals. Like those are the three areas you can really make a difference in your profitability. So if you look at it, yeah, you could write a great number. If you don't do the work properly, you're not going to be able to charge for it and you're not going to be able to sustain it if you don't know how you're doing your work. So when we looked at the business, we were like, hey, what do we need to do? We got rid of one customer that didn't make any sense for us to do business with. They were 40% of our revenue. We fired them and when replaced it with new revenue. So we put all these systems in place so that we could drive profitability. So today what we're going to do is we're going to talk about how those systems, the technicals and the estimating all connect together so that you can drive more profit into your business. And that's the foundation for building a solid estimate. Now, what was interesting is I got to come over to Encircle and Paul Donald and I met back in 2015 through Ken Tucker. And Ken said, hey, you got to meet these guys. And I got to come to Encircle and build some technology with them. And we're still in a really good relationship. I left them last year to do this, to become the Profitable Restorer Group and to put that in play. But what's awesome is that the technology that Encircle brought in to the industry was focusing on the field where we make and lose our money. And so now we're combining that technology into the field with technicals from the industry and putting it together with the estimating. All of a sudden you can tell a really compelling story that justifies your invoices. If you went through your business and you're like, man, I've taken training and I still suck or I struggle, it's not your fault. Most of the training you got was buttonology training, how to hit one button to one section to make something work in a computer program. The foundation for estimating comes from not from like which button do I choose or which price is right on the price list. That's the minutia you need to understand to make an estimate roll out. That's not what makes it your profit. You need to know your cost before you ever put a number out. If you just grab line items and let's say you put 20 line items in and it equals 10 grand, what's your cost? If you don't know your cost, you can't figure out your profitability. So when I took the training originally, I had all my estimators go to Calgary and we went on a 10-hour journey, 10 hours from home, took our estimating. And I was like, hey, when do we learn how to make profit? And they're like, oh, you don't. You learn how to make the program work today. You're not going to learn how to make profit. And I'm like, well, I called and I need to know how to make profitability. I'm in charge of getting more profits into our business. I'm like, no, you have to figure that out on your own. So that led me down this long journey of understanding how the systems were built, how they're designed, and what you need to know in order to make profit. What's interesting is that what you're taught in the industry isn't what you need to know. They just teach it to you the way that you need to understand it to make the buttons work. That's not how you properly estimate. So what we're going to do today is I'm going to ask you guys some questions, just get an understanding of who's on the call so I can make sure this conversation is relevant. We're going to talk about what we're going to be doing for the rest of the call on estimating. But for the first one, we have a poll that's going to pop up and it's, what is your role? So who's on the call? We may have some adjusters. You might be part of a management team, a technician, project manager, estimator. You might be an adjuster or an insurance professional. And if you're in a watch party, like there's 10 or 15 of you, sometimes that happens as well. And it looks good. We got some adjusters on, which is great because this is a good conversation for them to be a part of. All right, so most of the people that I'm seeing are part of the management team. A few technicians, awesome. We got some technicians in. Lots of project managers, estimators, a few adjusters, and then a few people doing watch parties, which I always find is cool. So we've got, I'm going to say 90%, I guess it's 96% is restoration companies or restoration professionals, and we got 4% that are adjusters in insurance. So I was in insurance, but never long enough to say I was a professional. I did about a year and a half of adjusting, and I did some fraud investigation. And then later on in my career, I did another close to a year of independent adjusting, and got to work with some cool companies that were going through some mergers and acquisitions. That information helped me build the basis for what we did on the restoration side. The goal is, if you do it right, is to increase the profits of a restoration company while decreasing the cost to the insurance company. So what can we do on the cleaning and restoration side that can lower our cost to the insurance partner while increasing the amount of money we make? It's a win-win if you can do it. So that's what we're looking at today. Now, the next question we have is in here. It's, what is the most profitable estimating method? And what do you think is the most profitable estimating method that's there? It's unit pricing, bid pricing, cost plus T&M, select all, I don't know. Right? What's the most profitable one? Lots of inputs coming in. By the way, I love that you guys are participating. Like there's already 240 answers, 250, 260. Only because he told us it was T&M. I love it. So we've got a ton of answers coming in. Now, here's what's interesting. You've got some differences on the pricing that's coming in. Let's see, we're still got some answers coming in. Give it another second or two. All right, so we're sitting on, there we go. We're sitting on 22%. So unit pricing is the most profitable. 10% said bid, 11 says cost plus, and 40% said T&M, and a bunch of I don't know or select all. Now, here's the interesting part about that is if we look at our price, the only one that they should all be the same. It's shocking, but if you were to think about it, they should all be the same. And we'll go into the details of how we get to that same price. The reason that we change the different systems is because we don't know what we don't know when we're writing the estimate, right? If I don't know if I don't know my efficiencies, then I can't predict it. And so we're going to get into that. But this is great that we see a big smattering of which one's more profitable. The reason T&M pops up as more profitable is that you can lock your margin in. And if you're more efficient, the insurance carrier wins. If you're less efficient, the insurance carrier loses, but only because the job was less efficient. It means the contractor wins along the line. There's no penalty for the job being slow because it's a bad job. That's why you would see T&M as being more profitable, even though it might have a lower margin. You lock your margins in. So we're going to get into that today, which will explain how all that works, because the misnomer is unit pricing is really good for contractors or it's really good for insurance companies, and it really depends. But this is a great conversation. All right, next poll. The next poll we have is, how profitable is your restoration business? Now, if you're an owner or manager, you can answer this. If you're PM or an adjuster, don't. I just want owners on this one. And what the misnomer is that we got a bunch of responses coming in. Now, this is net profit. So this is how profitable were you last year? And what the industry, if you're not an owner, what the industries respond to is normally, oh, these guys are like making so much money. And that's the misnomer of the industry. What we've typically found is in the last 8 years that I've been doing this, is we found that somewhere between 5 and 7% is about where most people were sitting as an average. In this one, it looks like if we want to share those results, we got about 170 in, 180 in. So in this one, it looks like we're somewhere about 50% of the industry on this call are doing actually pretty good. We've got 50% that are over 10%. So over 10% in this industry, because we're a mitigation response, is considered making money. Everyone below that, which is the other 50%, is technically losing money. Now, what's interesting is we've got, I feel like it sucks. So, hey, appreciate the honesty. We lost money last year. That happens. Then we broke even. So that's 16% that are on the verge of like being on the wrong side of the business. And then another 34% are less than 10, which is considered not making money. So what's interesting is we got 50% that are on the low end, and we got 50% that had a good year. Now, it depends on your product mix, whether you're doing reconstruction or mitigation. It depends on how, like, size of the jobs you're doing, and it depends on your customer. There's a whole bunch of factors that come in to impacting this, but I appreciate those that shared the truth. It took me a lot of years to find out that I wasn't the only one that sucked. Honestly, it was 2015. I was at an event and I said I actually had a bad year. Everyone else told me how many trucks they had bought, how big they were, but I never ever up until that point heard someone say, "Oh yeah, we lost money last year." So that's why I pushed the information around there. So let's get into the types of estimating systems that are there. Now, there's 5 systems that we can run through, right? We got rate and material, and that's the foundation for everything that you do. It's sort of how you would plan your day. If you were to look at rate and material and say, I'm going to go to the store and I want to figure out my time it takes to get to the store. Well, it's like, okay, well, normally it takes 15 minutes to get to the store. I'm going to spend $100 on groceries when I'm there, and then it's going to take me 15 minutes to come home. I'm going to be in the store for 30 minutes. That's 1 hour, $100. That's the time and material. If you were to break it down on unit pricing, you would say, well, per mile that I drive, it's going to be this much time. I'm going to spend this much per item, right? Per loaf of bread, per block of cheese. I'm going to spend this much, and it's going to come up to 100. So you have the rate material as your basis for your unit pricing. Now, if you find a unit that you're more efficient on, you get a sale on it, your price comes down. And so you're like, oh, we saved money here. But if the price went up on something because they didn't have the brand you wanted, it was all sold out, you have to buy the premium brand, price goes up. Your budget still has to be the same, or you have to increase your budget. So that's how time and materials work, is rate material says, hey, we're going to spend whatever we need to spend, and we have a budget on what we think it would be for time. Everyone does rate materials when you do a calculation. That's the basis for everything. Now, when we get into unit pricing, Unit pricing has written or known foundations on it. So when we look at unit pricing like exact, if we were to say that we were going to do 1 square foot of carpet cleaning, it makes a bunch of assumptions. It says to do 1 square foot of carpet cleaning, we need the portable extractor, we need some chemical, we need some labor, and we assume this much time for this square foot. And if we extrapolate that to 100, it says that for you to do 100 square feet, it takes all of this calculation to do it, and it takes 1 hour to do 100 square feet. Now, if we understood that, then it's like, well, how much time should it take to do 1,000 square feet? And they'll say, hey, to do 1,000 square feet is 10 hours. And so it just becomes a different way of estimating. When we bid it, bid pricing, we're doing the same thing. We're coming up with a rate material and a bid price and a unit price. We're like, okay, we got all these units to do. Now we have to come up to this big number. And we got to come up with this big number, and it has to be all the inefficiencies, all the things we forgot to include, our profit, and a fudge factor. And then when you come up with a bid, normally it's like, I think it's 80. And then we want to make 10, so that's like 8 grand. And then there's probably some stuff we forgot, so let's put $100,000 bid in. And if you know you're in a competitive market, then you're gonna be like, hey, I got to get closer to 90, right? I'll try to get that 88,000 is where we need to be. I'm gonna go 90 and hope I win. So bid pricing starts to allow you that fudge factor for all the things you accounted for, and then it's either you drive the efficiency in or you add a fudge factor on top. And that's how we do bids. And based on your experience, you figure out whether you're good at bidding or not. Then we look at cost plus. Cost plus is where we start to value items and say we'll work on a fixed margin on top of the cost of the materials. Normally it's on longer term projects, so we'll get into that. But cost plus and rate material are very similar. Value pricing is where we put a value on it. It's perceived or real. And value pricing could be where you sell your warranty, you sell your brand, and you attach your brand and your warranty to the value of your service. So if you were to do carpet cleaning and you guaranteed, let's say you Scotch guarded the carpet and you guaranteed it for 3 months or 6 months that no stains would arrive on that carpet. Well, all of a sudden you have a stain-free warranty for 6 months as long as they clean the carpets in 6 months and reapply it. That's how you increase your price. You're like, hey, I give you a higher price per square foot, but I also guarantee that you won't need to call us back for stains because I put a special, stain guard on there. And so I Scotch guarded your carpet. You don't have any stains on there. Therefore, if there is a stain, we'll come back and do it for free. But you're going to pay us for the carpet cleaning a premium every time we come in and do your carpet. So we want to raise that price. That's value pricing. Now, if we look at it from degree of difficulty, the degree of difficulty that we're looking at is where things are switched around. When we look at the degree of difficulty, cost plus is actually the easiest way for us to do things. Cost plus is where we say to the insurance company, we're going to do the work, and as long as our costs are covered, we'll make fixed margins on top. Then we look at rate material. Rate material is we set our prices. As long as we review our price list, we should make our margins. Value pricing is easy to do, but you have to sell it, so it's a little bit harder in that regard. Bid pricing, you're pulling numbers out of the air if you haven't had a good foundation on creating a bid. And the hardest pricing that you can do is unit pricing. There's 3 reasons why it's really hard. Unit pricing, you're playing with somebody else's systems that limit the amount of factors you can factor in. So if you were an adjuster, for the adjusters on here, if you go out and you write a scope of work, but you don't know how the scope of work is going to get done, you can't effectively come up with a good price if you don't know the orders of operation. So how the job is going to get executed. And the way we could look at that is if we were looking at an empty house versus a home with an occupant, what is the difference? We could say, well, we're going to paint the walls and we're going to put new drywall in, paint the walls, but it's the steps that go into it that makes the price different. And if you're not familiar with it and you haven't considered it, you're going to end up with 2 different prices. So we'll talk about that in a little bit when we get into unit pricing. Now, in here, when we get to cost plus is usually on larger projects. So if a project's going to last more than 3 to 4 months and you've got a lot of volatility in the market, you're going to then come in and look at cost plus. Now, typically those are your large multifamily residential jobs. If you have a large fire, Then you would look at cost plus, where the price of plywood, framing materials, electrical will go up and down in big levels between those times. In larger projects, you would say, hey, maybe we should do cost plus on materials, because then everyone knows that whatever the price is at the time that we go to install it, 8, 9, 10 months later, that's the price you pay. So the insurance company benefits from the price going down, or the insurance company loses with the price going up, but that's just the real cost of doing business. And so those prices are effectively put in and agreed to that based on a markup scale or margin scale. And so what happens is, if you're doing that, you've got index inflation, you got cost of goods sold. So let's say with the tariffs that just came in place on the 51st state, we have a tariff war. Prices all of a sudden escalate on some items over others. If I bid a job and I needed materials from Canada, and all of a sudden those materials go up in price, a cost plus job would account for that, and then you put your markup on top and your profits are protected. If the price drops all of a sudden, tariffs come off and the price like drops from when you bid it, then you still get the margin, but the insurance company would then not pay the tariff price, they pay the actual price. And so cost plus makes a lot of sense in those cases where you have that fluctuation of pricing and everyone knows that that's just being accounted for. Typically, it's large projects or projects where you've got a long timeline on it, between the time you start and the time you finish. Could also be where you have really complex systems. Maybe it's computer systems, or you're getting into like military, institutional. You might do a cost plus contract in those situations because it just makes more sense that I'm just going to get my margins figured out, and then you'll just pay whatever the invoice is plus my cost and my markup. If we look at rate material is where we provide a price list. So I've come back and said, okay, everything on the job from equipment to labor, I'm going to have as a price that we're going to negotiate at the front, but I don't negotiate time. I don't know how long it's going to take. So if we were to look at a fire job, let's say a fire job on, we have 2 different fires, and this is good for the adjusters on here. What is the time difference that it takes to clean a dry fire versus a wet fire? So a smoldering fire or a fire with synthetics versus a natural fire or a hot fire. What's the time difference does it take to clean? And you guys put that in the comments. We'll take a look at how much more time does it take to clean a synthetic fire over a dry fire? Anyone have an idea? Yeah, 4 times, 35%. No, it's closer to 400%. Minimum 400%. So if I was to look at my price, and if I was to walk into a fire and I looked at a fire and I said, I've got a dry fire and the unit price, I don't know what the unit price in Xactimate's based on. Is it based on a dry fire or synthetic fire? What type of soot am I dealing with? Well, I don't know, because the system doesn't say it, because they didn't build it that way, because they didn't account for it. They just were like, well, it's heavy cleaning. Okay, but heavy cleaning of what? Dry or heavy cleaning of wet? So I don't know what the unit price is going to come out with. So if I don't know how that's been built, and I don't know the confidence on the person building it, right? I don't know their skill level. I don't know what they know. Well, I don't even know if the line item's right. So if I don't know the line item's right, I would go to a rate and material budget and say, hey, here's the price. You're going to pay me $75 an hour for us to do the work. And it's going to take whatever time it takes to clean. And you can get that difference of 4 times the price because it's a wet fire. What it is that soot or that char takes so much longer to clean, right? It's a deeper clean, whereas a dry ash, you could just vacuum it up and then give it a light wipe. A sticky or synthetic fire will have a wet soot. You could vacuum it up, but you're going to have to do a lot more cleaning on it, and you're going to get a lot more of that penetrating the surface. So when we look at this, we say, hey, if we're going to use rate and material, then I'm going to use it when I don't know my efficiencies, but we agree the work needs to get done. And so we're going to do it, but we just don't know how long it takes. That's when I would switch over to rate and material. Because if I'm using unit pricing, it says I know how long it's going to take, and I know what every factor that's considered in a unit to make up the price. If you don't know, you don't use unit pricing. So that's where unit pricing is better, not perfect, but better on reconstruction and not very good on mitigation. If we were to look at it this way, this is the other way I would look at it, is rate material on the bottom is your foundation. Once I know how much something costs, like if we were looking at carpet repair, so if I looked at carpet repair and let's say I have a carpet stain's this big, it's on a 5,000 square foot carpet. Carpet's immaculate, but it's got a bleach stain like this. But that carpet would cost $10,000 or $15,000 to replace. How much would the customer be willing to spend on a bleach stain? $1,000? Now, if I was going to an insurance company, they say, well, that's just one stain. We'll pay a minimum $300. Okay, that's one way of pricing it. A value price is, hey, Mrs. Jones, if you don't have to spend 15 grand on the carpet and I can fix it for 1,000 and give you a warranty that it'll never fade, will you pay that? And you have to sell that up. But if I did that, I could sell that carpet stain that the insurance company says is worth $300. I could sell it for $1,000 or $2,000 based on value pricing. What I need to know on both of them is how long does it take? So what is my time and my material? Time is an hour. Material is, let's say, $4 for the material, and then $25 for the equipment rental. Let's say all in $100. So if I charge the insurance company $350, I make a good margin there. But if I can value price it to $1,000, $1,500, I make all that additional profit because I can sell extra value to it. I still need to understand the time and material to understand if I can do it. And so that's what the basis is. Now, when you get to bid pricing, you're like, well, who am I bidding against? Because who you bid against will determine your price. If you're bidding against the budget, you know your costs, and then you're like, okay, I got an adjuster who is really administratively tedious. They don't make things easy. I'm going to add in time for that. The customer is a pain. I'm going to add in time for dealing with them. And I come up to this budget. If I get a green project manager, their number might be way low. And be like, that's not a job I want to win if the adjuster is looking for the lowest price. If the adjuster is looking for the job to be done right with the right quality, then I'm going to put my price here. And if I got two other quality companies, we should all come in around the same price. And you'll see that price discrepancy in bids, right? You'll see that up and down in the bid price. The last one is unit pricing, and that's the one that's most difficult because you have to understand everything. It's crazy as an industry that we go in and we ask the newest people to use the most complicated estimating system that's out there, but that's the industry it is right now. And so a lot of your questions were on Xactimate were based on how do I make this Xactimate work? It's the hardest system to work. You need to understand the rest of it in order to make that work. And that's why I focus on this boot camp to be about that. When we look at material, labor, and accommodations and meals, when you go rate material and you're negotiating these contracts, your negotiation of those contracts are effectively, you're setting your prices. You know what your material costs are, and you put a markup or margin in there of what you need to make in order to make it profitable. And you do that on every piece of this. So you actually create a price list that comes in and says, here's what we're going to do. And whenever we deal with sub trades or vendors, here's the margin we're going to put on top of that. And what's interesting about this is we know the type of labor. So if it's like when we do rate material, my contents and cleaning technicians are the same price as my water technicians, which are the same price as my fire technicians. It's a technician rate. If you look at Xactimate, there's like 5 different rates for different people. But when we do rate material and commercial, they're all the same rate. Like a cleaner and restorer and they're all the same. And then if we're doing asbestos, it's a different price. But all of our labor pools are the same, but in Xactimate it's different. So what we do is we look at what is the type of labor and how much are we going to charge for it? What is the type of material and how much are we going to charge for it? That rate is your price. It's not your cost, it's your price. So then you figure out like a sheet of plywood or a sheet of drywall. Let's say a sheet of drywall, you pay $7 or $8 for one sheet. What is the charge that you're putting on there? Is it $12 a sheet? And that includes your handling from the store to the site. Is it $16 a sheet and that includes everything? Or is it $12 and all the labor to go pick it up is now part of the labor component of it? When you do rate and material, typically it's that sheet is this, and then the labor to go pick it up is billed as time. So you factor in your pricing scheme of how did you come up with your price? How did you come up with your price? What is the mechanics of it? And how much strategy do you have behind that? Because then you're gonna have to negotiate this. When we look at that, we go, well, what type of material are we doing and what's the quality of it? Because quality is going to dictate price. Where are sizes? How like is it a 4-inch baseboard, 6-inch baseboard? Is it a large air scrubber, small air scrubber, right? How many do we have on site? And then what do we do with the downtime? So if I have to bring equipment into a job site, it can't all be deployed at the same time, but it has to sit on site. Is there a half rate for equipment sitting on site that's not used? Is it full rate? Is it because once we bring it here, it's losing revenue somewhere else, but you're going to need it? We just need to do work to get it there, but we need to secure the equipment or it's gone. You have to have all these considerations. Are you in a CAT or are you just in regular business as usual? All of these are what you're going to negotiate in your rate and material. Now, why we use rate and material will be usually because there's high project complexity. So things that you don't know, multi-story family, multifamily residential, commercial, industrial, almost all the time I'm going to use rate material. You have unpredictable project costs. So you haven't gone in and done all your testing. Like, I wonder how long it takes to clean a square foot of wall because I want to compare it to my unit price. So once you figure out, hey, what does 1 square foot take to clean? You could then multiply that by the number of square feet in the building and figure it out. That's part of a good project manager's job. If you're estimating, whether you're doing rate and material, unit pricing, you should know what your production rate is on your cleaning. Like, hey, this actually takes a lot longer for us to clean because you have to set budgets for the adjuster. And it doesn't mean that because you're doing rate and material, the adjuster doesn't get a budget. It just means it's a flexible budget. It's a rough order of magnitude. Does that make sense? So when we look at that, the client normally lacks trust as well. They're like, I don't trust your numbers. So you're like, well, this is the way we build our number out is we did a sample clean. We wipe the walls the way we're going to clean it. We realize it's a 4 or 5 wipe sample. That's the process to clean the walls. It might change in the lighter areas. This is the amount of time we think it's going to take. And then whatever time it takes and whatever materials we burn up, we're going to just charge you what you have. And you can put a clerk of the works on and they can watch us charge as we go. It's a fair way of doing business. On long projects, on complex projects, this is the best way to do your project. Then you got mitigation emergencies where you lack decision-making information. So I don't know what's behind the wall. I don't know how to price it because I don't know if we have metal track with water in the bottom that we have to cut the bottoms and then vacuum it out. Can we just dry it with like taking baseboard off and drying it? All of a sudden you have all this unknown information. Rate material makes sense for that, especially if you can't control the site. And then if you got poorly defined scope where you see on projects where they say, hey, remove and replace drywall as necessary. For an adjuster, it's pretty hard. If I see that scope, I don't know like what is remove and replace as necessary, and you come in and the entire room has been gutted and you're like, well, shouldn't it have been a 2-foot or a 4-foot cut? And all of a sudden everything from ceiling to floor is gone. That's the information that you have to have is rate materials good for that, but you should still have a better defined scope with asterisks. Like, hey, we're scoping that we're going to take the drywall and insulation out, but we don't think there's insulation on the inside walls. If there is, it's going to increase our time. Like that's how you would communicate that for rate material if you're doing a project like that. When we look at value pricing is hard to do in the insurance market. Because it requires the consumer or the client to make a decision to pay more for a service, and insurance companies generally pay a very unit price minded mindset. But a value price, if you were to look at it, if I want to get coffee and I go to a high end coffee store, Starbucks, what am I getting there? Well, I'm getting peace of mind. I get the same coffee every time. I know what I'm getting. So, right, they got that chain consistency. I get an environment that I can sit at. Is it status? Maybe it was status in the past. Maybe it's not now. But you had status that, hey, I have a Starbucks coffee. It's not McDonald's, but it's still coffee. Now, what's the atmosphere that you get in there? Well, if you go into the shop and you sit there and you're working from there, you get the environment, which is no kids running around, or used to have no kids running around in Starbucks, but it was a business-like environment that you could meet, talk, relax, enjoy a coffee, and you pay a premium for that experience. But if you want a coffee and you're looking at, well, who's the cheapest, you could go to McDonald's. So if you were to take this back to an insurance mindset, well, you get the same coffee. It's still a dark roast coffee versus another dark roast coffee. We're just going to pay less at McDonald's. Why? You get rid of that personal service at Starbucks, take all that value. I don't want the value. I just need a coffee for a coffee. And even then they'd be like, well, why are we even paying McDonald's coffee? Why don't you just like make it yourself? So there's less cost in there, and there's a quality. Value pricing is always with perceived or real value that you have to add to it. Problem is when someone else is paying, they're just looking at the end result. And the end result is you get a dark roast coffee, whether it's Starbucks or McDonald's. Is it a coffee? Is it similar? Does it taste the same? And that's where you start to look at it and you go, value pricing is hard to sell to an insurance company because they're looking at it as a commodity. And so when you're a restorer and you're selling an upgrade to a customer, you can put more value and more margin into your upgrades because you're selling the value of an upgraded kitchen. So you can make more margin on that upsell value when you do value pricing. Hey, we'll sell you the solid surface counters. You got an insurance credit for the laminate, but we're going to sell you the solid surface counter and we're going to charge more for it, and we'll warranty that for 5 years, and you're going to pay X. And that's how you can increase your sale using value. When we look at this, guys, we have perceived and real value. So perceived values is things like warranty, your brand. Real value is, did you go from a laminate to a solid surface? That's the real value. The perceived value is where you get a lot of extra value that you can charge for that you don't actually have to incur cost on. So that's things like warranty, putting your brand on it. I'm a big proponent of, like, if I'm part of a franchise, I'm going to put my brand on it. If I'm an independent, I'm going to create that brand image around my brand, that this is a prestige brand. And the perceived value is we've been in business 30 years. We're independently owned. We're Canadian owned, or we're American owned. I'm going to put whatever value that is going to help increase my saleability of my sale. And what it is does the customer feel good about spending this money with you? So when we were talking about doing the carpet repair, literally, I've said it 100 times. I took carpet color repair and carpet repair my last 2 courses on my ICRC journey. And I was like, oh my God, I missed so much money inside these jobs that I could have been selling because there was so many carpets that had rolls, and it was just a stretch the carpet out. And people were replacing the carpets because they were installed incorrectly. I'll charge you $1,000 to put a power stretcher down and stretch it out. And it maybe cost me a couple hours. That's high ROI for the time we invest in our business. Why? I can put a warranty on that. Be like, yeah, your carpet's good for 5 years. It will never roll. If it does, we'll come back and we'll do it again. Why? I charge you $1,000 for something that cost me $100. If I have to come back, it'll cost me another $100. I still made $8. And so I love value pricing with the customer. It's really hard to do in restoration. If we do it in restoration, we were to look at restoration. The reason why it's hard to do is, let's say T&M, you lock your margin in, right? So you've got a cost in here. We got our overheads, we got our cost of goods sold, and then we've got our profit. And for us to do a T&M job, we can say, hey, we can make 30% profit on something if we do it in T&M. We lock it in. On unit price, we have to put more in there because why? Well, that unit might not materialize to be as efficient, and we could lose money. So you have to make your unit price include for the inefficiencies. Every job is different. The unit price has to account for the difficult jobs. If I go into bid pricing, I would say, hey, you know what? I still have my overheads, and I still have my cost of goods. I'm going to be able to put a little fudge factor in there because if I'm wrong, I need if my cost of goods sold goes up, I need to account for that increase in that cost. So bid pricing, we put a fudge factor in, probably because we don't scope as well. So you have to put that in. Value pricing is what I can sell it to you for. And so where are you sold value pricing every day? Well, do you buy an Apple phone or Samsung, or Nokia, or what other brands are out there, your technology is mostly value pricing. It doesn't cost them more to do it. Shoes is another one, like Nike shoes. Could you get a $15 pair of import shoes? Yeah. Why do you pay 100? Because of the brand. The value that you perceive is that they're going to back it with a good quality shoe, that they're engineered for sports. Okay. Is that true? Maybe. Is there a lot of marketing to it? Yeah, there is. And so value pricing is the shoe. They sold you the value, you identify with a brand, and any brand that you identify with has value pricing built into it. Really hard to do it in restoration because the insurance company's paying for it. And so they're not the end consumer. And I don't know if we got any questions that we can jump to here before we get to a break here.
We do have some questions. I think what maybe first come first serve, eh? Probably the best way to do it because we've had a few sitting in there for a while. I'll start with this anonymous one. It's kind of long. This person says, one question I've had recently is, as the person to take care of the homeowner and make them whole, where am I fitting in with the adjuster? If I need to tear out a floor, should I tell the adjuster that, wait for them to look at the property, do the work, and hope that they agree that it was needed and I'll get paid, leave drying equipment on the floor for 15 days until the adjuster arrives, and then remove the floor, then deal with the pushback that I should have pulled equipment sooner if I knew the floor wasn't going to dry?
So there's a couple of questions there. Is if it's a category 2 or 3, I could stabilize as long as I need to, knowing that there'll be mold. So it comes down to communication. And I'm sympathetic to the adjusters, but I'm hard on them at the same time. So we have a few on here, but their job is to identify coverage. And the faster they identify coverage, the faster we can get moving. If they get inundated with a lot of work and they can't get to the job, but you want to move ahead with it, your job is to go in, document it, and then put a plan in place saying, here's what we need to do, and fire it off to the adjuster as soon as possible. They give them 2 options. The option is we stabilize till you come and inspect it, or I move forward with it with the information I've given you. I move forward with it, and you approve that this is the game plan going forward. And your whole focus should be, did you help save them money? Do you help reduce liability? And did you help them identify if the cause of loss? Like if I'm an adjuster and I can't get to the job site right away, make it easy for me, right? Give me the information so I can make a educated decision, other than like, hey, you were here for 15 days and you didn't do anything. And I didn't get here for a few days, and all of a sudden we're in now a conflict where I've got a $10,000 bill that I can't justify. Give them the chance to justify it first. Now, if they don't communicate with you, that's on them. But if you've given them the information that says, here was the loss, it was a broken clean water pipe, it sat for a day before it was called in, we can go in and attempt to dry it right now. We can stabilize it till you come. How do you want to proceed? Let them be part of the conversation. That's their job, is to spend the money of the insurance companies appropriately. Give them the best avenue and be like, hey, I recommend we go ahead with this, 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 and this. So that at the end of 10 days, like if you dried for 15 days and you didn't actually dry anything and you had to pull the floor out anyway, okay, if your equipment is on the shelf, then you have a negotiation piece. But if your equipment's flat out, you're in a cat and you're busy, why are you putting yourself at that risk? You know what I mean? So it would become one of those things. And if there's adjusters on here, if you disagree or agree, but I always want to give the adjuster, like, if I'm the professional that they're coming to, here's the solutions that I'm putting in play. Here's what you need to do in order to react to it. Like, you have option A, option B. Option A is cheaper, but we got to get moving. Option B, if you don't respond, I'm going to go with option B. And then I'm going to follow up as like 2-3 times, because if I ever end up in court, I want to be able to say, I did everything I was supposed to do to move this job along. I stopped at this point. I told them, if you don't respond, I'm going to go on B. If you respond, I'm going to go with A. And so let them adjust. And if they don't adjust, that's on them. But at the end of the day, be a solution provider. Don't be there and be like, hey, what do you want me to do? They may not be trained in your craft. Like, don't assume that they know water damage like you do. You're the professional. That's why you're in the business. Provide recommendations and then provide your options and let them make a call and give them a rough order of magnitude. Hey, if I get started today, it's 5-7 days of drying. You're going to be somewhere like 15 grand. If you don't do that, you're going to be like $28,000 and a lot more demo. How do you want to proceed? Like, that is a compelling argument for an adjuster who has, 30 files hit their desk in the same time you had 30 files hit your desk. Just help them make decisions.
That's a good
All right,
word. Seeing lots of
Sorry.
amens in the comments.
Right.
Let's go on to here's a good question from Patrick. He says, what did you do to increase the sales, marketing, etc.?
We do an increase sales. So you know what we did? We went hard, and it's probably back when I was talking about that we fired our client and we went in and increased it. We lost 40% of our revenue and we replaced it with higher margins. We went to better insurance companies and we went to property managers, customers that we owned, that we had the relationship with. So we went to property managers that had more doors and we got a little bit weight. Now in Canada, like 80-90% of our work was we call it program work, but it was like insurance company direct, no TPAs. But we had one insurance carrier that changed their philosophy on us. So they changed from being a good company to work with to a bad company to work with in our area. And so we fired them and we strictly focused on building our business on new, higher quality insurance company work. But we did fire department work. We were working directly with fire departments. So we went and just said, hey, let's get rid of something that bogged us down and brought our business down. And then let's focus on revenue that we could estimate the way we wanted. So we could use more T&M. And we just went in and went hard on who did we want to do business with. Instead of trying to do business with everybody, we went and did business just with those that we really wanted to.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris. We have a question here from Brett. He says, do you charge for tech hours? I've been told that we can't do that and have lost a decent amount of money on jobs because of this.
So it depends. So that's a depends question. Are you in a program where you've signed a contract or not? Tech hours have to be charged for equipment inspections and other things. It'd be hard to charge for tech hours if you're doing extraction and you're using the line item, and then you charge tech hours for extraction or setting up extraction equipment. It's built into the line item. So it depends on what system you use. If you're just straight time and material, then you would charge for the tech hours and the equipment rental. If you're using unit pricing, you have to charge for tech hours because it's not included in your equipment monitoring. So it kind of depends on your system. But yeah, tell you what, let's keep going forward, and then we'll come back. We got Q&A coming up here. I just needed a quick break for being able to rest the voice. So let's keep going, and then what we'll do is we'll get through this and we'll get to the first break, and then we'll keep moving. So when we look at it, the other side is, when is value pricing gouging? Because I told you that we could charge more for the work we're doing. So you have to ask, like, what is a price gouge? So if I'm an adjuster and I'm used to paying $100 for an item, let's just say $150 for a dehumidifier, and this is actually a real case that I had, is price gouging is price sensitivity. That's what we're talking about. So when someone's used to paying $1 for a Coke or $1 for a Pepsi, are you price gouging when you go to the gas station and they charge you $3 for the same can? Or you go to the sporting event and they charge you $7 for the exact same thing? What's price gouging? Price gouging is you're allowed to set your price inside a market however you want. There's essential services or essential goods and services that are required by law to not have price gouging. But what is price gouging? So I had an interesting case that I had to work on years ago, which was a church. And this church had where they brought in a restoration company. Now, this isn't the actual church, but they brought in a restoration company. And I was working for an independent adjusting firm, and the manager came in and said, hey, Chris, You got to be able to look at this. These guys are charging crazy rates. And I'm like, okay. So they were charging 25% more for their air mover. So if an air mover was $30, they were charging 40, but they were charging like 100% more on their labor. So if it was $50 at the time, they were charging $100 for their labor. And they're like, this is, absolutely crazy. This is out of a line. And I went through and I looked at it and I looked at their contract, and their contract has said all these are our normal rates. This is our rate schedule. And the price was 25 to 50% higher than the market. And so when you look at it, a job that was 10 grand was coming in around 17.5 for the same work, if you're just putting it in perspective. And so when we looked at it, hit the desk, I looked at it and said, well, this is their normal rate schedule. And they're like, yeah, but Xactimate has this number and these guys are way above that. So this is price gouging. It's like, well, no, they set a premium price. They literally catered to the church market. And so what they understood is they understood that they needed to get in there, save as much material as they could, get the church up and running for Easter. And then if they could get the church up and running for Easter, the church did really well financially. It's a business transaction at religious holidays. There's more money to come in. So they got the building up and running, and then they did the rest of the restoration after Easter. They charged a premium for that because they understood how the church works. Whereas a normal restorer comes in and just treats it like, well, we're going to put our equipment in. We're not going to work overtime. Here, they were like, hey, we'll get you back up and open for Thursday. Perfect. And that push is why they charge more. Is that price gouging? It's a value. The priest at the church or the church organization saw value in it. They signed the contract. They agreed to the value. When we got on the insurance company side, the justification for that was it allowed them to have less business interruption. The problem is that wasn't the insurance company's concern because there was no business interruption insurance, but it was a factor into why the price was higher. So when you look at it, you're like, okay, is that price gouging? I could have got it for less. But would you have got the same service? Would you have got the 24-hour response to get the building open as fast if you weren't getting paid that premium? And it's a fair argument. In that case, I went back and recommended payment because they did what they were supposed to do. They executed it. They followed the standard. They did a really good job. But was it price gouging? And the answer is no. When you value price, your price is detached from your cost. So there is no way to go back and say, well, I should have got it for this. No, because you gave them a price. And the way that they did this at the church is they did a rate material, but they had a value price built into it. Is they said, this is our rate. It's a higher rate than others, but the value we're selling is that we'll have you open, we'll warranty it, and we'll come back and we'll make you guys an extra good. So they put rate material and tied value pricing into their sheet because of what they offered, and they guaranteed them that they would have them open for the holiday. That's perfectly normal, and that's normal business. In insurance, though, when you have an insurance adjuster who's looking at it like a commodity, they would say, well, that price was too high. And that was the problem we had within the organization is adjusters were looking at what they normally could get the rates for versus what we had to pay on this job. Xactimate covers that by saying in their unit price, it's a median rate. Sometimes there'll be higher rates and sometimes they'll be lower. In this case, it was just justified. They just added value. And so when we look at it, the other side is perception. Adjusters will have a perception of price gouging, right? Price gouging is when the price is higher than what they expect. What is the right or wrong answer around it? And it's really not there. It's if I'm a restorer, I'm negotiating upfront. These are my prices. Where we get ourselves in trouble is if you don't negotiate upfront in your contract and you don't have the discussion with the adjuster upfront, then what they're normally used to seeing or how they want to do business is how the business is going to roll in the future. So when we look at the value price versus price gouge, or any price, maybe your unit price is just higher price than that. What you're doing is you have to come in and sell it before you get the agreement. So you sell, this is the reason our prices are higher. This is what we're going to provide you. We're going to provide you warranty. We're going to finish the work. All of us are trained. We're trained at this level. This is why you're paying the premium. You won't get any calls of complaints from us. Whatever your value pitch is, that's why they're paying a premium. And so a few years ago, I had a claims manager in Manitoba come up and say, "Hey, Kris, we pay 20 to 30% more if you stop the phone calls coming to our phone. We'll give you 20 or 30% more money. Just stop the customer complaints coming in, make our lives easier. We can afford to pay a little bit more." And what they're doing is they're basically adding value is, hey, complaints go down. You spend a little bit more money so you can make the small problems go away, which means maybe you paint a wall occasionally here and there that isn't in the scope. Make the complaints go down, our customer loyalty goes up, and you make more money. It's a win-win, and they'll pay for it. But if you're expecting a premium pay and you get customer complaints, you're going to be not on their list very long. So that was an old school way of doing business. Still works really well, right? Because they're sitting there looking at customer retention, and they value customer retention and customer experience as a big part of their insurance business. So when you start to look at it that way, that's when value pricing or adding value to your price comes into play. When we look back at that church in that specific example, the customer was the one that was dictating the value. Hey, we need to be open because if we aren't open, we lose all that revenue from Easter. And in the church is like Christmas, Easter, and then probably like weddings, right? Like those are revenue grabs. But for holidays, Easter and Christmas are the two major ones that you have to be open for. That's all they did. Hey, open it up. We get our revenues, and you just look at it like a business. Now, if you don't like looking at religion that way, it is what it is. But that company specialized in will get you up and running. And so they made the place smell really nice. They took care of the equipment. They wrapped it up on Thursday night, put it back in on Monday. Everything goes smooth. When we start to look at bid and lump sum pricing, though, this is where you start to come in. And again, if you get multiple bids in, what are you doing with the bids? Well, if we had 3 bids that got submitted to an insurance company and the 3 bids were submitted, how do you come up with your price? How come the bids can be really close and then you get that one that's like really high or really low, right? So what happens is an insurance company typically should remove the top bid. If it's an outlier on the top, they should consider removing that one. If it's an outlier on the bottom, that's not good either. That means somebody completely missed something, because your bids, if you do it, the way you get to a bid number is it's time and materials. How much time do I think it's going to take to get there? So when we look at a bid, it's how much time. You can use unit pricing, or you factor in, you're like, okay, if you want to use, here's something for bids. If you want to use an Xactimate for your bid, you have to understand if your costs are there. So anytime you submit a bid, you have to know your costs before you submit the bid. Don't submit a number and then come back in. We had a company that did that, and they went belly up. They were doing $2 million in revenue, and they bid on a large project, $1 million project. They didn't know their costs, and they ended up losing the business. But if you look at doing a bid, your bid, you should know all the costs on your bid before you submit it. So if I have my costs figured out and the next company has their costs figured out, we should be able to come up with relatively the same number. We might be a little bit different depending on our margins and our profit budgets, right? So if I come in and we say the job should take 1,000 hours of drywalling, my cost is 65, theirs is 63. Like, we should not be too far off on there. There should be $63,000 in drywall labor. Either way, 63, 65, we're not far off. If that number is 30, that means somebody said that they could do it in 500 hours. There's a problem there if we're really low. So when we look at bids, you're basically accounting for all the time and materials that go into it. You could use your unit pricing system to get you a bid number, but you have to then go back and verify that your costs make sense and that your scope is good and that there's nothing missing. Bids are incredibly interesting. When you watch 2 skilled project managers bid a job, usually they're within 10%. 10% up or down from the number is not unusual. 10% high, 10% low, which means you have a 20% band between the potentially the legit bottom price and the legit top price. It's probably about 20%. If you're below that and you're like 30% low, that bid should be eliminated from the process. There's almost no chance in a multi-bid that you're going to get someone that low that can do the job. So when you look at your bids, you're looking for something of like kind and quality. you should be looking for the numbers that are very similar. Occasionally, you'll have two companies overbid it, but most of the time, what you find is that if there's a really low number or a really high number, those ones should be considered or at least looked at with a high degree of scrutiny, because I'm going to be looking for where my basis is. If I'm doing a larger bid process, I'd probably want 5 bids in there, and then you can pull the top and bottom out and then select the lowest out of the 3. But yeah, bid process is a great process, as I don't expect to win them all either. I'm trying to lose 60 to 70% of my bids. That means that my price is high enough that I lose most of them. And the ones I'm winning it, and I know I'm making my margins. If I get tight, I can maybe move that number up to 50%. If I'm winning 80 or 90% of my jobs, I'm leaving money all over the table because I'm not competitive. Someone else should be winning some of these bids. And so it's a mindset when you look at pricing on lump sum and bids. But lump sum and bids is like gambling. So you get to be the house, though. You control the odds, right? So if you were to look up the scope of work, you get to understand what everyone is looking at. And so what's interesting is if you were to look at like playing the casino, you can choose to place a bid, you can choose to pull your bid back, right? You can walk away from a job if you don't think that you can make money on that bid. Now, if you're looking at the game, you look at who you're playing against. And this is where experience comes in, and this is the soft part of the estimate. If you're sitting there just playing the unit pricing game and you're just running it through unit pricing, you're like, hey, it's a $400,000 bid. That's our number because that's what the units told me. You probably missed a bunch of stuff that isn't in there. Like, how long does it take to get the job done? What are the site conditions? What are the delays you run into with like the building or the HOA? What are you running into? All the other soft factors you have to factor in on a larger job. That's the thing that separates a lot of the residential contractors from the commercial contractors, is all of a sudden you're not used to playing with all those delays and the things you have to factor on top of the unit price. And so those challenges is what holds you back. If you don't understand the delays of a bigger project and you try to play it with like a small residential system, you're in two different worlds. You haven't factored in that fudge factor that's going to come into play. I tell you, I had this project manager. So I love this story. He took me out. We went out to a job, and he asked me to walk this site with him. It was 2010, but we ended up having this project where he's like, hey, whatever you do, don't say anything. Just like nod with me if it's a yes, and just shake your head if it's a negative. And I'm like, okay. So we walked the site with the project manager. We had these 2 junior project managers that were competing for the bid. And all of a sudden, Rob's out there. He's telling the story. Oh, you got to consider all this. Hey, you also have to consider this. You agree, Chris? Like, this is pretty complex, isn't it? I'm like, mm-hmm. And then he's like, oh, this is going to be in there. And I'm not sure if, I don't know if we can do it in your time frame. And I'm like, it looks like a head shake this way. And so we're going in there, and we walk through this job site, and he's just showing experience all over the place. And I'm sitting there popping my eyes. He's like, I think we can do it. It'd be a push. We might get it done. We can hit your numbers. We can hit your time frames. Chris, we're going to have to throw some resources on him. Like, yep. The other 2 project managers were silent. And what he had done is he had noticed that they were in out of their element. They didn't know what he was talking about. So he just hammed it up with experience and just made it look good. We got in his car, and as we're driving back, he's like, hey, all that. He's like, we're winning this job, right? And I'm like, I don't know, it's a big job. He's like, no, it's a pretty simple job. He goes, the problem is the other 2 guys are really green. So I just made it look so complex for them that we set the expectation that their price is going to come in high. We got the job. Sure enough, we won the job by about 10%, and he hit his margins because what he did is he had put all that soft cost into the job. He put it into the heads of the project managers, and because they didn't have the experience, their mind went, the price is way higher than it should be. He came in just below where where he positioned them. And so that bid becomes a strategy where you're playing against the other people you're bidding against. I watched it unfold, and I was like, man, that was just a master class in negotiating large loss when you have everybody on site. You're trying to dictate how complicated it is, and then you're trying to come up with your own scope in your head. And everyone agreed what the scope was. It was just what was the price. And he hit his numbers and he knew what he was doing. But that was where you watch semi-experienced project managers take on a pro and come up with a number. So that's interesting. And then we had project managers that could execute that job, and you hit your margins all day long. So when we look at this, we look at our lump sum bid pricing. It's a combination. And so the things that you have to factor in is that risk. That's not factored in your unit pricing system. You don't have unit pricing where you change the risk profile in your unit price. You do that in your bid and lump sum pricing. So increased margin risk means that you get to increase your margins if there's more risk that you're going to lose money. If there's a bigger chance you're going to lose money, then you're going to charge more for it. So that's why on rate material, I would take it as I'll get less money on it, but I guarantee my profits. I will make less on rate material in exchange for guaranteed profitability. The other side is it's the reverse auction, right? Low price wins. And so in a competitive landscape, when you're bidding against people, there's that false auction that happens. And this is what you have to be aware of. Consultants and making up their vapor numbers, it doesn't count. Like a vapor number, if I'm a contractor and I'm going against a consultant's number, I have to know mine are real. So I have to know my cost and my profit and my charge out. On a consultant's number, and where adjusters get themselves in trouble, they're writing an Xactimate scope with a number. That number means nothing if you can't attach it to work being done. A consultant that comes in and says, well, that job was worth 500 grand and you charged $1 million. If you were never prepared to do the work, that number doesn't count. That number is a fake number until you tie it to real job costs and real risk. So the only numbers that should be considered are real contractors who are ready to do the work, because they have to take on that inherent risk of the job. And I can give you a number of $1. Doesn't mean it's right. If it's $10,000 and I say it's $3,000, they're just opinions. Until somebody is willing to do the work and put their business on the line, those numbers are vapor numbers. They're not real. And so when we look at it, it's a reverse auction. Is basically they're looking for the lowest price. Just make sure you're competing against somebody who actually has real numbers. Sometimes you're going to walk away if it's a consultant who comes up with a number, but they don't know how they came up with the number. They didn't attach it to real costs. You walk away from that number. And I've watched a lot of court cases go in where they attach a vapor number and say that's the settlement. The settlement is 300 grand. You haven't attached it to any real numbers of anyone that's actually doing the work. And if you don't do that, it's pretty flimsy. I would watch that you don't get into those reverse auctions. Then we look at why would you use bid pricing? So there's no review process after you submit a number. It's like limited. My number is this, and this is the number I'm submitting. I'm submitting it for this scope of work. If we open up the walls or we get into the business and there's different changes of scope, I'll put a change order in. Be very careful not to be the company that puts like massive change orders in, but you're effectively going in and writing a number for what you know and what you can see. And you battle the contractors. Like that's when I'm in competing against another contractor. I'm like, I like an experienced contractor to bid against because I can learn from them. I can learn how they won the bid, how we lost. And again, you're getting paid for those soft things, which both experienced project managers or estimators should know. When you watch your business, you can get yourself into trouble. And I told you about this contractor where they overbid. So greed and ego get into play when you play with large contracts, especially when you get into larger bid items. Now, for you, it might be 100 grand or $1 million or $10 million, whatever is large for you. Watch your bids. You have to know your costs before. We had a contractor that was doing a mitigation on a building. Everybody else was in the $2 to $3 million mark. His bid was $1 million, and it was 1.8 million in real work that needed to be done. So he was stuck on his bid. They bled him out because he couldn't get paid. And while he was doing the asbestos job, his company went upside down. His company could not go into the business and effectively execute because he bid a hard bid on known scope of work too low because he didn't do his job costing prior to submitting his number. And the insurance company should not have given him the job because he was so far low from everybody else's bid. So effectively, his mistake, their mistake resulted in a contractor going out, and then the job ends up costing more because it still has to get done. So it costs more in the end for everybody. When we look at the unit pricing, when you see this picture, what do you see? Right? I see unit pricing everywhere. And this is how you got to start looking. I always look at like call outs. Like they pop out of here. What do I see? I see eye protection, $7, right? Respirator cartridges, got to change those out. You got the respirator, you got the Tyvek suit, you got the nitrile gloves. All those look like latex, but you got the nitrile gloves. You've got knee pads, rubber boots. You got booties on the bottom. Like you got all this stuff that you could charge out here. Then you got pump sprayer, that's a piece of equipment, and then you got consumable that's inside of it. And there's so much application that we figure we'll get from that pump sprayer. So how much will a gallon cover on the ground? And if you do unit pricing, you have to think this way. So before you get into Xactimate and you get good at Xactimate, you really need to start thinking about unit pricing as every single thing has a number attached to it. And that's how you have to wrap your head around this. Everything that you miss in a job is dollars going out. So I don't care if you're using Symbility, Xactimate, or something else. You have to be thinking that every specific item that you see on a job has to be charged for. So a ton of questions came in prior to the when you guys registered. A bunch of questions like, hey, how do I charge more? So I could show you Buttonology and say, well, there's this line item and this line item, and it may or may not apply. Here's what you need to think about. The complexity of pricing is how you're going to have to look at this. So you're going to look at this as, okay, how do I build this person out? So if I look at a technician as like an avatar, like a gaming avatar, it's like, how do I kit them out? Well, I don't put a respirator on them. Is it full face? Is it PAPR? Is it supplied air? Well, I'm going to put a PAPR on them. Okay, well, we'll rent that out at $100 a day. And then those cartridges, we're going to change those out. How often do we change them? Let's say once a day. So, okay, I charge for cartridges. Your unit pricing mindset has to be, what is my cost on those cartridges? What does my margin need to be? And then what is my expected change out? You have to know all that because you're submitting a bid. What if your cartridges change out every 4 hours? Now, they're not going to change out every 4 hours, but let's say that they did. You need 2 a day. Or they get contaminated, so you have to change them out. Well, that's now eroding your profit because you didn't charge for it. So unit pricing has to consider everything in there when you're pricing it out. So when we look at this and we say, well, how are we going to look at it? The complexity of the unit price is really simple. A simple one is a piece of equipment. It's a piece of equipment. It's a single consumable like a zipper, or it's an hour of labor. That is the simple unit price. We use that in rate materials. So we use that for rate material. We can go in and we can say that one piece of equipment or that 1 hour of labor, that is the most simple unit price we can come up with. What happens is you get into difficult ones, like extracting the floor or cleaning the wall. Now all of a sudden you're combining 4 or 5 different units together. So we say, well, there's a labor component for the labor. So if we're wiping a wall, we've got the labor component. Here, hold on. Let's just talk about a wall for a second. If we're going to do a wall, and we're going to clean a wall here, to do 1 square foot of wall, what do we have to do? We have to clean the wall. So I have to apply detergent, let it sit. Well, that's time. Then I got to wipe it. Oh, that kind of worked. Then I fold my cloth off and I wipe it again. And then I rinse it. Okay, that's cleaning a wall. So if I clean a wall and it's 3 steps to do 1 square feet of cleaning, and I'm like, okay, but there's material, there's consumables, there's time, there's inefficiency, my lunch, my breaks, my travel, all has to be factored into that. All of a sudden, you get into it and you're like, man, that's a lot of things that have to go in. What if something changes? What if I'm now cleaning longer? Well, those unit prices have to be factored in. You have to change the way the unit price works. So all of a sudden, you've got now more to consider. Then you get into the extremely difficult ones where it's like a price per foot or a price per square meter. And all of a sudden you get 5 or 20 line items put in. So, Australia, they used to have a price per room for drying. It's like, how do you even come up with that? Because if you were to try to break it down, you'd have to factor in all these different factors. And then if one thing was wrong, your whole price is off. And so unit pricing becomes really, really difficult. And from an adjuster standpoint, if you were to look at it like that, 2 coats of paint in 1 visit versus 2 coats of paint in 2 visits, just changing your orders of operation can like totally screw you up. When we look at paint labor getting organized, we say we're going to go and get paint, we got labor, we got to get organized. Then we have to travel. Then we have to set up and prep our space. Then we paint. We got paint material. How much do we pay for paint? What do we pay for the painting supplies? And then what's our labor cost? Right? Then there's time that we got to sit there while it dries. Then we paint again, second coat. Then we clean up. Then we travel back and we get the truck cleaned up. And on the other side, you have all of that. And then you have to add in another set of trips. Well, you're painting on that second coat. It's more, so much more if you have to do 2 coats and 2 visits. So if you're pricing your unit price and it assumes that you're there for the day versus it assumes that you're coming back another day, that's going to be almost a 200% difference in your price. And maybe not quite 200% because you're not sitting there for the dry time, but you're going to have maybe one's $1 and the other is like $1.87, right? So it's not quite $2, but it's $1.87 because you're just shy, but you have to do 2 cleanups. You got to reorganize the vehicle twice. You got travel. All of a sudden, you just blow through the cost of doing your business. The unit pricing, and this is Xactimate, Symbility, or anything you're using, it's the most difficult method of pricing your services. You have to understand every control and influence that goes into that price, and then you've got to control the variables. So we call that factoring unit price, which is if you were to produce 42 cars an hour at a unit cost of $10,000 per car, you would know what you're doing, right? Like, you know, hey, we're gonna have a cost of $420,000 every hour that we produce these cars, because we can make 42 of them per hour. What would you do if you're in that factory? You're like, okay, well, what's our overheads? We have an office. Okay, what else do we have? We have a plant and equipment and labor, all the things that you have in your business, but we have to produce cars fast. What if all of a sudden the process changed and we can only do half that number? Well, all of a sudden we'd be upside down. We have bigger overheads proportionate to the amount of cars we make. And that's what happens with your unit price. If we don't think about it that way, but you're trained to lose money in unit pricing, right? If you were trained that one system is better than another, you were trained to lose money on unit pricing. That is literally the hardest system to run is unit pricing if you don't know the basis for creating a price. And you can quote me on that because I've heard so many people say, oh, that unit pricing is the best system in the world. I used to say that too. It's not. It's a great system if you understand how to use it. The best system is rate and material if you don't know your efficiencies. If you know everything and you want to get into like detail fine tuning, unit pricing is great. If you don't know the pricing and the costing, unit pricing is so hard, it'll bankrupt you so fast. So you have to understand that unit pricing will drive your price down or your margins down, and it can get you into trouble really quickly unless the people that are doing your pricing or setting the price understand how you make money. And right now, that's not the case. It's a really tough process in the industry. All right, guys, let's take another Q&A break, and then we're going to take 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll keep at her.
Okay, let's check in on the Q&A here. Bear with me. So I'll start with some of the older ones we didn't get to earlier. So we have here from Patrick. Xactimate line items is an old process and a waste of time. What are your thoughts for all-in-one price per square foot? Example, 10 to 30 per square foot for mold remediation with a scope that follows IICRC standard.
I like that in the sense that if you build it, so Xactimate's a great system. Don't get me wrong. I'm gonna poo-poo on one part of it. Their price list research. I don't like that because they don't do a very good job of it. And they don't have a good methodology, in my opinion. Unit pricing, you could come up with the same price if you factored in, like, let's say we were doing that smoke discussion, and you said, well, it's a wet smoke versus a dry smoke. Well, if I knew that their time was based on a dry smoke, I could times that by 4 and come up with a wet smoke calculation. If I did a test and I was like, oh, it's not 4, it's 6, I could times their cleaning rate by 6 to come up with the right cleaning rate, right? So I like that. If I'm building my own, I'm doing it based on the fact that I know my time and material budgets in my head. I'm like, well, I know that when I do a mold damage or a mold remediation, it's based on these factors, and there's 10 things in there, and that's between $10 and $30 depending on the factors. But you built your list yourself because you built it on your experience based on your rate and material knowledge, and then you said I can turn that into a unit price. That's when you get to that level, you're at a high sophistication of estimating because you understood how you got to your price. When you take a price out of Xactimate and you just apply it and you hope you make money, you're at the lowest sophistication. You're allowing someone else to set your price for you, and then you hope to make money with it. So there's two different parts on the spectrum. I like that system. I also like the system if you just build your own price list, and I teach you that how to do that. Then you make your own price list, get it up to the top number. That works too. But both of those methodologies, Xactimate is a good method. It's the wrong price list, and it's become a pricing system instead of an estimating system. But I also like if you can build your own on square foot. We did that in Fort McMurray. We had a like a $10 to $12 light cleaning for smoke damage, and it was like 14 to 20, and then 20 and 30, and then if it was past that, it was custom. Yeah, it makes perfect sense to have your own unit price in your head, but you've factored in all the factors, and so that's why it makes sense.
Love it. Thanks, Chris. Let's see. I'm trying to find one that we could maybe answer, before we take a break. Well, this one's been in there for a while. This is from Jacob. He says, what do you do when efflorescence is found on concrete and the moisture is permeating from a unit we do not have access to, but the homeowner has no mold coverage through their insurance carrier?
Well, that's a tough one. So efflorescence is kind of like that fuzz you see come out of concrete, and so that's signifying it's just minerals are coming through. It signifies that there's a long-term moisture problem. So what is the resulting damage? Like, is it a private job or an insurance job? I guess the question is if the insurance doesn't have mold coverage, would they pay for somebody's pre-existing problem or something that's a defect in the building or normal for the building? And so is there coverage? Typically, in most policies, now there's some policies that have a little different wording on there, but for most policies, it's sudden and accidental, and it doesn't include seepage or leakage like that. So it's almost always a private job, and it's always a private mold job with a different underlying problem. It's a tough one to like. You don't like. There's a lot of unknowns in that question, like what's in the other unit. But if you see efflorescence coming in through the concrete, it's normally part of like it's long-term issue with the building. Not necessarily it's wrong or bad. It's just part of the building makeup. You see it in a lot of like really old homes. Like if they're turn of the century homes, 100-year-old, 150-year-old homes, it's not uncommon to see that there.
Right. All right, let's see. We got time for one or two more before you want to have a break, Chris?
Sure.
Okay. Here's a bit longer one. Get a bit in the weeds on pricing here. It's an anonymous question. It says, on a fire claim, heavy smoke, soot, crews in full PPE, no power or heat. What are some recommendations on how to bill out the content, packing hours, and boxes in Xactimate?
Yeah, so it's a good question. Again, you're in an environment, so you hit the harder the environment is, the more I lean to rate and material. So no power, no heat. Teams are in PPE. So it means I'm putting in temporary power, temporary heat, and I have people in full gear. Their efficiency of packing a box, if you were to use like the the pack line item box or pack box line item, that's for what environment? It doesn't tell you that it's for a normal environment, a clean environment. So I assume that they didn't do it in a hazardous environment. So if you're now working in that with that material in those conditions, and you're trying to pack a box in PPE, you're going to be slower. So that's where I would shift over to rate and material. Or you do some packing and you find out that, hey, I can only pack a box that's 50% slower. That means your price per box doubles. Really hard to justify that. Like, it's hard to explain it if you don't understand the system in detail. You could, but it's just easier to switch over and be like, hey, we're working in these conditions. We'll use rate and material because the line item pricing doesn't work. If it does, you document how many boxes per hour you can pack, and then you go back and change the production rate in exact so it matches what your production rate was in the field, and you get to the same thing. Again, that's why I said if it's rate and material, a rate and material using the exact same price, retail price, should be the exact same unit price, because it's just an extrapolation. If your unit price says it's, let's say, $65 to pack a box, well, they made a bunch of assumptions into there. And then if your rate and material is 100, well, that just means that your unit price was wrong. You have to go in and modify your rate and material, sorry, your unit price to make it an hour. You have to change the efficiencies to get to that hour. That's all it is. So like literally the exact same price should be there, whether you bid it out, it's unit pricing, or it's T&M. It should all be the same. Problem is if the insurance company says you can't modify unit prices, well, then you have to go to a rate and material because the unit price will be wrong. That's the short answer to that long question. There's a lot there to unpack.
Yeah, for sure.
What was interesting is I did this private equity back in 2010. It was one of Canada's first private equity acquisitions. But I'll tell you, the interesting part about going through private equity is, and I was just talking about this last week with a bunch of restorers. When you're in private equity, if you look at an independent restoration company or you work for a franchise, it's usually a different mentality of, we're there to serve the community, we're there to help people at their time of need. When you work for private equity, is you got to do that, and then you got to turn a profit. And what's wild about private equity is they focus on financials 24/7. It's not a fun environment when you're losing, and it's a tough environment when you're winning. But it's a discipline that is important for people to understand because of the volatility in our market. Being able to generate that profit on a consistent basis is a really unique skill. And in 2010, when I was with First On Site, under the TorqueWest financial private equity firm, we were looking for profitability. Now, the year before, I had actually helped the company turn profits, and then I went over to them, and I was recruited to increase profitability. And what was wildly interesting is as we got in there, we started to see all the different levers that you could pull, right? All the levers you could pull to make things change. And you're looking for how do you drive more profit in? So you could do cost reduction. But what happened for us is we looked at estimating, and we had broken out our estimating from unit pricing and rate material. And what we found is whenever we did unit pricing, we were about 15% lower profitability wise than when we did rate, time, and material. And so when we started to look at our business, we were like, man, that really comes in as a red flag. Is I was always told rate and material, time materials, would be lower margins than exact. Everyone says, oh, you get better margins, but that's not what we experienced. We experienced lower margins in exact. And so when we went back and I broke it through, I had to go through the training process of identifying and dissecting why was unit pricing coming in lower when we had rate material that was higher. How come that was happening? What we found is it's a double-edged sword. And the difference that was happening there is the way we were being taught in the industry, and it's the same thing that's happening today, is we were teaching buttonology versus estimating. And my top project managers were real estimators. They knew their costs, and the system of Xactimate was a method to get to the price. What others are doing is using the buttonology and hoping it comes to a price that makes money. And I'm going to talk about that in this section because estimating and Buttonology are completely two different things. And so when we look at that, when you're under the pressure of private equity and they're focused extremely high on how much money you're going to turn, it's okay to ask yourself, what is the difference? Buttonology, the way I describe it, is effectively learning how to use a computer system. Honestly, I would never have figured this out into the same clarity if I didn't work at Encircle. So at Encircle, when we built the systems, you build systems that fit an industry, like the industry processes. And at times you have to make some considerations or you have to trade user interface for technical capability, right? Or technical correctness. And it wasn't until I got through that process of working with Encircle to see, hey, there's times when things are really complex in the field that you have to modify how you do things. Then I looked at the estimating systems and went, we're being told to do a lot of things different because their system is not robust and it's archaic and there's a lot of things that it doesn't do well. And so you're taught Buttonology, how to make their system fit the industry, not how the industry fits. Like their system doesn't fit what we do. We have to fit into their box. And that creates some I'd say conflicts or some compounding impacts to your business. When you're changing the way that you would naturally do something in order to put it into a computer system so you can get a result, and that's the weird world we're in right now, is in order for us to work with an adjuster in the system, we actually have to look at how do these systems come together and how do they function from the insurance company side, from the contractor side, and then from getting the actual job done. And I was furious because I went on this 3-day training in 2010 and I took all my staff with me. We went to Calgary and we went to do estimating training. I said, hey, I need to learn profitability. And I need to just tell me when we're going to learn the profitability piece. And the instructor said, no, you're just here to learn how to program runs. You figure out how to make it profitable. And I was furious because I had talked to sales and they said, hey, Kris, you know what? When you come to this training, you're going to learn how to be profitable. Just sign up. We got 10 registrations. I paid a lot of money for our teams to go. And then I had to call our CEO and be like, hey, I screwed up. I don't think we're going to learn any of that here. And he's like, well, you make the call. You figure it out on your own. You're a big boy, but you're going to have to figure out how to get your branch profitable. And that was the focus that I took then. And it became really clear now is that Buttonology of how to make a program work doesn't necessarily result in how to drive a good profitable estimate. They're two different things. And if you don't realize that, you think that you're getting training on estimating because you're learning the computer system. And really what you're getting is you're getting Buttonology so that it kind of fits into the industry we're in. So change your mindset right now and be like, instead of being like, what does exact do for this? And what does exact do for that? Change that and go, that's the system of how we get our number presented to an insurance carrier. The backside is you have to know how to do it yourself. You have to have the skill set to figure it out. If you don't have that, you'll almost always be running up against margin compression. All right. What we do is when we look at it, another problem that we have is we have some of the most skilled people are not on the computer system. So we put in our least skilled people. We're like, hey, they're really good with computers. They can become an estimator. Well, that's good at data entry, but that doesn't solve for getting to the right number. If you actually look at estimating is simply a process of what is the scope? Then there's the digital side. How do we actually have to enter it? What is the cost? So is the scope right? Does our time budgets, time and material budgets allow for this scope to be this amount? And then what's the actual execution? Before you submit a number, you should know your budget's profitability. If you don't know if you're going to be profitable when you submit that number, then you've already done something wrong. And so if you don't know if that number that's going out the door is going to be profitable until after the job, you've made a mistake. Now, when we look at this, we go, well, how come this happens in this industry? And there's a problem that hits the industry and it affects everybody. It's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. And your estimators will have this and you'll get this. And it's a really interesting phenomenon When we look at the Dunning-Kruger effect, it explains a lot of things about why restoration is really hard, and why it gets harder over time. So if you get into the restoration, you're like, oh man, I thought it was easy before, and all of a sudden I feel dumber, or I feel like an imposter. Imposter syndrome kicks in because when we look at the Dunning-Kruger effect, it's the confidence versus the knowledge scale. And so as we look at it, we say, hey, when we get started on something, our confidence goes way high. You become the ignorant FNG, right? Everyone's got them. It's the fucking new guy. And those people that are in your business are so cocky and arrogant because they learned a little bit. Maybe they learned a little bit about Xactimate. They got their level 1 certification. Maybe they took the WRT and they learned a little bit about drying buildings, and now they think they can dry, the cathedral. You get a little bit of information, you get cocky, and then what happens is you start to learn what you don't know. You start to see the things you don't know, and you get into this fear and into the minors. And this is where you're not good enough to be the pros, but you have more knowledge than the new guy. And you know there's a lot you don't know and you get scared. When you get over to there, you become a knowledgeable professional. When you get to that point, you're starting on the incline until you become a superstar. Now, what's interesting about the Dunning-Kruger effect is it can be on everything. Like if you're new at water damage, it will impact you on water damage. If you're new at estimating, it'll impact you at estimating. The second you get through the ignorant phase, you get scared. And you're like, oh, I don't know if I can do this. There's other people that are smarter. And you get all that negative talk in your head about why you can't do something. That's where this comes into effect. And what you find is, even when you're like an old pro, you're never as confident as you were when you first started. And so there's the confidence gap you'll never get back. You're always more confident in the beginning. Now, here's the beautiful part about it. If you can get through the curve, if you can come from the ignorant out through the minors and into the professional, what's awesome is once you get to the end of it, you make money consistently on that end. Once you get into that knowledge professional or you're a guru, you start to make money on a consistent basis. When you're in the minors, you hit and miss your profitability. So 50% of our survey today said, hey, we're making money. Well, 50% of you have got through that minors curve. When you're in the minors, you hit and miss on profitability. When you're new and ignorant, you lose a lot more than you win. You might just get lucky, like the system might work. You don't have the overheads, you chuck in a truck it, and you've got the pricing systems that have just sort of worked. You're in the high margin work. So even if you make mistakes, you can still make the business run. But what you find is that when you're in that, you get that false sense of knowledge when you're in that new area. What happened to my business is when we had our down year, I gave a bunch of people that false sense of knowledge. I had a bunch of new people that I brought in, and I didn't give them the training. I didn't have the time to, but I didn't give them the training and focus to get them really set on their business, right? So if I'm teaching them how to be a good estimator, I taught them Buttonology. And that was a false sense of knowledge for them. And that was my mistake, is I knew better than at that time than to give them a false sense of knowledge. Because what I did is I was like, hey, I'm going to teach you Xactimate. You're going to be the best at Xactimate. You're going to know how to enter every line item. What they didn't understand is they didn't understand the business around it. And so I've had people that had this great sense of they were like really good at buttons, but they couldn't explain it. Or they were really good at Buttonology, but they didn't know how we made money. And what we realized is that I gave them that false sense of knowledge and the profitability dropped. And then what happens as an owner is you rely on those people to come in and help you. And what happens is if you get that false sense of knowledge, you surround yourself with peers who have that false sense of knowledge. It actually makes you dumber, and it makes things go dumber with time. And what's interesting is it's our fault as leaders in a business is you bring someone in, you give them a 3-day water course, you give them an Xactimate level 1, and they feel like they're on top of the world. And then they go out feeling empowered. You have to quickly get them through that next training curve. If you don't get them through the process, then they come to the point where they get into the minors, they feel the imposter syndrome, I don't know what I'm doing, and they make bad decisions. That is why we see businesses fold up when their new restoration company starts, is they don't get through that curve fast enough. And that's why we see estimators fail, is they literally think that they're doing a good job. They think that they should be on fire, but they don't have enough knowledge about what they're doing. And that's where we can combine technology, the technicals, and the knowledge base and combine all that together. And then all of a sudden, you can start generating a profitable estimate or a profitable business. When we look at estimating, estimating is the process of forecasting the cost and resources required to complete a project. So you need to know what you need to do, that's the resources, and you need to know the cost. This may include calculating quantities, costs, materials, labor, equipment, and other expenses based on mutually agreed scope of work. The purpose of estimating is to provide an accurate and comprehensive budget that reflects the expected cost, covers overheads, and delivers the anticipated profit margin. You'll hear me on a regular basis say, I'm not a huge fan of third partying your estimating. I don't think it makes sense in any business. I like it if you have surge events happen, but for your 9 to 5 work, your regular work, you should be estimating and doing that in-house, because that's how you figure out whether your pricing and your costs and your labor budgets are all there. If you don't know how they're put together, you can't go out and make money. So if you can't budget, if you don't know how you built the price, how are you able to go and price a job if you don't know how you built the price? If you didn't build the price, you can't charge for the job. All of those systems that we've been given were built to be changed, and you were built to make them your own. The fact that we don't do that anymore means that we're disconnected from how we make our money. And so an adjuster who's using a stock price list, who doesn't have a subtrade attached to it, and says, well, this is what the real world cost is, it's just a vapor number. And if we're writing vapor numbers, your margins get compressed every time you write a vapor number that you don't know what your costs are when the number's going out the door. Now, we have a poll question here. The processes you have put in place because you were punished by one client, you've applied to all clients. So yes, we were punished for charges, so we removed them. Sort of, we're more cautious for what we charge. We charge for everything we can and let the reviewer figure it out. Or no, we haven't had to do that. So if you don't play program work, you don't do that. And here's the thing. If you were punished, like let's say that someone said, hey, no after hours charge outs during the day. So if you said, hey, we don't charge after hours charge outs during the day, do you apply that to all of your customers, right? Or is it just to that one customer that told you can't charge that? Is that the only one you do? And so we're starting to get some numbers back. And what's interesting is just keep the numbers coming in. We got good feedback coming in. 150 of you have responded. Keep it going. Let's see if we can get to 200. And what's great is as we're starting to see the feedback, this is going to be really good for this discussion that we have. All right. So here's the results. Is some of you apply it, and this was in past sessions. These numbers were actually higher, where we had more people that were punished with charges, so they removed it across. So like, hey, you know what? We're going to take our most stringent conditions that everyone puts on us, and we're going to just modify all of our estimating so that we take all those conditions, so whatever we write, it doesn't matter who we write for, we'll just always be perfect. And the problem is, if on 8 companies I can charge after hours call out during the day, right, like a service charge during the day, but one company I can't, what we were finding is my estimators were charging that, taking that off of all their estimates. They're like, oh no, we're not allowed to charge. And it's like, well, no, one client doesn't allow us to charge. Don't self-punish us. One of us doesn't charge because we signed a contract. And when we signed the contract, we said we would not charge them for that. Doesn't mean we do that for everybody else, because we signed other contracts with other contingencies. So one company, that's what they wanted to do. And I saw some questions that said, like, every insurance company has their own rules. Even every adjuster has their own rules. And that's part of playing the game of the price, is I need to know what the rules are so we can adjust our price. Now, for 40% of you, you said, hey, we're more cautious. We're more cautious for what we charge for. So now what you're doing is there's that negative push that comes back to you. That's that negative pressure that's starting to creep into your business. Then you got a bunch of, we charge for everything we can and let the reviewer figure it out, knowing that there's going to be pushback, knowing that there's going to be confrontation. And then for a bunch of you said, no, we haven't had to. Those are the ones probably playing the private game, or you have a really good relationship with your adjusters. Now, here's what's interesting. Is when we look at this, it's called the estimating trap, and it's a psychological thing that happens. When we look at it, and I started to discover this in 2007, is the estimating trap was something that started to pick up on my radar. Is I started to focus on more franchises that we had that were being told, hey, if they did a lot of business with this company, then they weren't allowed to do a lot of this stuff. And I started to review estimates. And what I noticed is that on accounts where I knew the SLAs really well, I'm like, well, why aren't you doing this? And they're like, well, it's because we're always told that that's wrong, that it's already built into the price, so we didn't charge it here either. And I'm like, well, this is a major problem. Like now what we're seeing is a rule from one company filters into another company. The rule from this company filters back. So it's a double hit. Then you multiply that by 5 companies, and all of a sudden, you've got all this negative margin erosion without anyone ever doing it. It's self-induced. And so what we started to realize is that, or what I started to realize is that we started to see these margin compressions that as sales go up and you start to work with companies, your profitability goes down. Well, what's happening is you're applying these rules and programs. So it's really, really dependent on the companies that do a lot of program work. If you do a lot of program work, you get a lot of this downward angle pressure. So the more program work you do, the more rules you get involved in, the more pressure that comes from the insurance company on your estimators or your review team. What you're going to see is that they're being told on a regular basis, that's wrong. You're not allowed to charge for this. You can't do that. And it's just every day. You can't do this. You can't do that. You can't do this. You can't do that. And if you look at an independent company that's using Xactimate, but they just change the price, they do what they want to do, they never hear that. So for that small percentage, I think it was like 14% of you that have said, hey, we haven't done that because you're just playing your own price list. When you're in programs, you're going to get conditioned. And it's to make sure you understand it's an agreement. I signed an agreement to get a volume of work and I agreed to these conditions. It's nothing more than a business transaction. But when it psychologically affects your estimators, where they then apply that to everything else because they believe it's wrong, that's when it impacts your business in a really negative way. You signed a contract saying, hey, I agreed to this term for this amount of business. And it's interesting because it's like fleas in a jar. And the fleas in a jar scenario is that if you took a bunch of fleas and you put them in a jar, they would be jumping out of the jar. So if you put fleas in there, are free range fleas, those free range fleas can jump up. They can jump higher than the jar. If you cap the jar and you put that artificial constraint on them, what's interesting is the fleas learn their bad behavior. They learn that they're limited. It only takes 3 days, and then they permanently learn the behavior. They can't jump higher than the jar. So if you take the lid off, they never jump out of the jar. And then when you remove them from the jar, they never jump higher than the jar. And what's crazy is those bad behaviors are passed on, or those learned behaviors are passed on to their children. So if you look at that in our business, if you're in program work and your business is heavily dependent on program work and you bring new staff in, new staff are going to learn the behaviors of your existing estimators. So they're going to say, hey, we never charge for after hours work. And you get all this dissent that you see on Facebook. Oh, well, you should charge this way and you should charge that way. The problem is that there's some people that are programmed because of the work you're doing that you're like, hey, I'm going to be more cautious on how I charge. Whereas others are like, they look free and they're pretty wild because they charge for how they want to charge for their business. The difference is one has come into a program and you're constrained. And we just saw a comment that says, hey, in Canada, I can't change prices anywhere. Not when you're on a program. You sign program rules. If you're not on a program, you can change your price all you want. You're just going to have more resistance. So you're going to have that constraint put on you. And that's the interesting thing. And if you get out of Xactimate, you go to a rate and material, you can change the game because you change the system. Does that make sense? So estimating is as much about psychology and as much about playing the game as it is coming up to a right price. You have to sell somebody on it. You're being pushed into it. It's just a constant battle about trying to determine the value you can sell for the price that you're trying to get. The problem is if you're in a program and you're being told those rules, you take some of those bad habits and move them into your business. The other side is, though, it picks up some efficiency and some leanness that comes from those programs that you can move to the other side of your business. So there's a give and take there. There's some really good things that come from programs for driving efficiency into your business. And then there's the negatives. Just you got to be very cautious on the negatives when you're told you can't do something. There's no rules that say you can't do something in Xactimate. You can't charge me for a line item that doesn't exist there. There's no rules in the real world. It's just artificial rules of a jar, and that's what you're being told. Okay, that's what I'm trying to get to here. Now it's kind of the same as like if you have a kid, you put them in timeout. If you put them in timeout enough, right? And we put our kids in timeout enough, what happens? Well, we can change their behavior by putting them in timeout. And so think about a reviewer if they tell you, hey, you're gonna not get more work from us. That's you being put in timeout. If you're doing the right thing, but you're being put in timeout for doing the right thing because someone else thinks it is wrong, you have to make a business decision if that's right for you. So when we gave up our 40% of our revenue, we did that because we were being told we were doing the wrong thing. And we made a decision that we were doing the right thing. They weren't a good client for us. And so we moved on to a different book of business. And we did that because we were being punished for something that was right. And we just didn't want to play the game that way. So that's all you have to do is in estimating, a lot of problems come from you don't understand the foundation of the estimate. And then we don't have the systems built properly. And then your client potentially isn't the right client for the way you need to make money. Now, when I started to look at things through the IICRC and Encircle, I was on the S700, and we were starting to look at the discussions that were interesting discussions inside the S700. Because as we're writing it, I was brought in to discuss the documentation and the processes around that. And what was interesting is you'd hear different people with their different perspectives. So these are trained professionals. They're talking about how we have to work within the industry. And what's wild is for 8.5 years, I was a restorer, but I didn't actually have to do restoration. I got to work with restorers, so I got to think about restoration more than actually doing it. And what was interesting is as we're sitting in these discussions with the S5 or S700, you're hearing people say, well, you have to do this. So if they came from a program perspective, they're like, well, you have to do this way when you're in a program. And yet when we're writing a standard, it's not for programs, it's for what is expected of a normal restorer. And what was interesting is you started to see people's learned behaviors being conditioned where they believed that the business had to be done a certain way. When you're watching it from the outside, you're like, man, that's just totally wrong because you have these other ways of doing business. And so that's where I really picked up on this conditioning within the industry is that once you're conditioned, it's really hard to break free of those rules because those are the rules of making money. It's just how you decide to play the game. So I'm not anti-TPA. I'm not anti-program work. I'm just, if you do it, you're going to have to understand that you're going to have certain terms and conditions that you agree to. The reason I make a big point about this is that becomes a really big trap for eroding your margins. And you start to apply it on multiple projects. You even apply it to line items, like we can't change line items. Well, if you can't change them in the system, then you better hope the price list works most of the time for you. If it doesn't, then you have to go to subtrade because there's not enough money to do the work, so you have to move it to subtrade. All of a sudden, you add all this administrative burden into your estimating process that doesn't necessarily need to be there. Does that make sense? Like the outside constraints will make you more inefficient if all the outside business that you do or outside customers that you do put all these artificial constraints on your business becomes more confusing. It becomes harder to run a good number. And then it becomes really hard to predict profitability. And that's because you have other people telling you how to do your work. So when we avoid these traps, it's just understanding that you get repeated learned behaviors, and that usually results in margin compression. The conformity feels safe. It doesn't feel good to step outside your normal range and say, you know what, I'm going to, change my price. I'm going to submit a number based on what it should be because I know what my costs are. Conforming to the system where you get a good scorecard makes you feel safe, but it usually leads to profits eroding and it puts your business in a worse position. Even when no pressure is applied, your rules are applied to estimates. So your estimators, you have to watch to make sure your estimators aren't reapplying those rules. And if you just always want to come back to that example, the fleas in a jar is like, are we fleas in the jar our estimates, or are we actually writing them the right way? That is a perfect example of conditioning. When we look at programs versus non-programs, you're making changes, right? So when we get back to looking at struggles in a business, when I got to work with a company in 2007, 2008. We were trying to figure out why businesses were struggling. So as their revenues were coming up, we saw independent contractors that would go through this spike where they would have really good profitability, and then all of a sudden it would tail off and then it would drop. And what was interesting is that as companies got older with time, and so when they came in and they're the NFG, right? They're ignorant, they don't know anything. They're actually cranking up, like just living wild. Just, I'm going to estimate the way I need to. I'm doing this, and this is how I do it. Then their profitability drops. They start to get conditioned in the program. So they go from being independent to being in programs to finding a steady balance. And then what happens is the rules change, but they didn't get more aggressive. And what we almost continually saw is that margins get eroded. So if this is true in your business, you would have seen high margins early in the business life cycle. The margins drop and plateau, and then all of a sudden you get into this declining scale. That's usually a sign that you need to overhaul your estimating processes, and you have to go back and rebuild the foundation. Because what happens is you're now conditioned, and then the game changed and your margins erode. What's interesting is if you look at an established company that's 7 or 8 years in the business today versus a startup business, the startup businesses are almost always more profitable than an established player. And the established player has those constraints put on them, and then the rules change and it becomes more constraining and they get less profitability. A new company comes and starts up, normally their margins go up, and then they get into that comfort. If you just rebuild your systems around here, like if you rebuild back in the where the X is here, then you can get your profits back up. As your revenue goes up, your profits go up. But what we saw is that as companies go on, they start bleeding profitability. It's a really wild phenomenon, but it comes in usually around the conditioning around program work is the best I can figure it out, because companies that come in that don't get access to program work normally do really good for the first few years, and then they start adding programs, and all of a sudden their margins drop across the board. Programs are inefficient. That's one of the downsides of programs, is that you are going to be in where you're getting a lot of pressure on your estimates. So you're going to create an estimate, get it in really fast. Normally, if you get an estimate in really fast, you've missed stuff. New technology today with 3D, 360 cameras, all that technology is helping you get your estimates in quicker with more accuracy. So with time constraints like 3 days, 5 days, you're now getting your estimates in. If you're missing items, and then you're penalized for missing items and asking for change orders, which is silly, because like I'm trying to give you a fast estimate. I need to know everything that's happening before the job's even started. That program rule is effectively set up to drive consistency on their end, not on your end. So if we're looking for those program rules and it's like, well, if you didn't do the job right, you're punished. Those rules are set by others who aren't necessarily focused on you making money. They need to lower costs, and they're like, hey, if I can get them to lock in a low price, I penalize them for changing the numbers when they do, then we can condition them to substantially reduce their invoices on a regular basis. The goal is that you want to put your programs in and use that program efficiency, the inefficiency of program to drive efficiency. So they want fast KPI, you figure out how to increase your efficiency. But what do? You get more overhead. You got to do more file reviews. If you were to deal with, let's say, that church where you just say, hey, I give my invoice to the church, they pay me, and I move on to the next job, that process is an easy process. I charge for fair work. I get paid based on my estimate, whether it's unit pricing, rate, material, whatever it is, and I move on. If you go into a program, then you got all the reviews that go with it, right? All the inefficiency. All of that has to be factored in. Normally, when you get more inefficiency, your price goes up. In our industry, when you add more inefficiency, they want the price lower. That doesn't normally equate to a good business practice. So that's where you start focusing on how can I use a program if I'm on one to find what's good for my business, and then what can I get rid of that is bad for my business. And that's just my caution on program work. It's how I built my company in Canada. It's all programs, but you have to figure out whether you want to play inside that scope of work and who do you want to play with. Just because you're on a program with one company doesn't mean you have to be on a program with another company or follow their rules. If you don't sign with them, you don't have to follow it. And the only caveat or exclamation mark or what you call it, asterisk would be if you're on a franchise group or a national group, and there's penalties for your friends or your colleagues if you don't play by the rules. All right, guys, let's do another question period, and then we'll take 10 minutes and we'll come back and finish this up.
All right, questions have been kind of popping off a little bit. We also do have some as well from before the webinar.
Sure.
That pre-register. Maybe we should go back and do a couple of those because I want to make sure those, I don't want those to get lost. So let me just pull up my list here from our pre-registration questions because there were some good ones in there. Here's one from Mike. He says, what are some ways we can improve communication between our estimating department and our project managers?
I'm not a huge fan of having them split, but if you have them split, they both own the number. So where we had problems in the past or where I've seen problems, no, I've had this happen. So an estimator writes a number and doesn't understand the cost it takes to get the job done. So they write the top line and they don't know what the cost is. And then all of a sudden the project manager goes to execute the job, and if the estimator says, hey, we're going to make 40% on a job, but they don't actually know what the cost is, how do you expect, whose fault is it when it's out? Is it the top line's wrong, or did they waste money on the bottom? And I remember I had this chargeback happen to me. We had an estimator that estimated the price using Xactimate, missed a bunch of items and didn't account for custom items. So I think it was like a solid wood door for like a front of a very high-end home. And the door was bid out at $2,300 and we had a $3,400 charge on us. And when I went back and looked at the numbers, the estimator made the mistake. The project manager executed, or the crews executed properly, but the project number was wrong. The top was wrong. So when you look at that, if you disconnect the two of them, somebody's always going to blame somebody for being wrong. So it's either the top is wrong or the cost is wrong, and hopefully your profitability doesn't get squeezed. Those have to be like lockstep. If you don't know what your cost is, how did you set your top line price? Like if you literally just put line items in and we're like, oh, it's $100,000, send it in and you haven't talked to sub trades, you're behind. Like you lose every time. So you have to know your cost, even if you're doing unit pricing. Like if your unit pricing is way off in your area, you can't do that. So I don't like having estimators and project managers disconnected. They should be saddled together on whatever compensation plan you have them on. They should be saddled together. They win together, they lose together, and they better find margin.
All right, thanks, Chris. Let's see. Here's a question from Brian. He says, what is the best method to save time on site sketching large properties, and what are some more efficient tactics for estimating?
Yeah, so if you're not using, here's the plug for Encircle. If you're not using floor plan, you should. That is a big saver. So you should still know how to sketch. Like there's complex ceilings that you're going to have to add into your estimates, but the technology that's in the marketplace today, Encircle's got it, DocuSketch got it, Matterport's got it. Like you've got a lot of technology that you could deploy into the business. We didn't have that 10 years ago. So like if you look at like Encircle, you use floor plan, you walk around and using your camera in like 3 minutes, 5 minutes, you can get 3,000 square feet sketched out. That used to take us hours on site. And so you now have that technology for like, let's say $25. I don't know what the price is today. But let's say $25, you can do your sketch and you do it in 5 minutes. You don't even have to do it. You can have a technician do it. And if it's there on the technician, you're billing for the time. You wait 5 or 6 hours and you get a 3D sketch that's imported into Exact. And now you tune it up. You do all your measurements. So now you can use technology to drive some of that efficiency. I like technology for that standpoint. Now, I still like to be on site to write my estimates, but I'll tell you that 3D technology out there where you can see the site, like I do a lot of file reviews to like verify is the job right, like normally in a court setting. So I'm looking at a Matterport and I look at the 3Ds and go, okay, how many lights did they have? You can learn a lot from those. I like them. I like that technology a lot. Things that drive your efficiency, be very good on your knowing your scope, right? So you have to learn line items. That's the thing about Xactimate. If you try writing an Xactimate or Symbility, let's say you're an Xactimate, you have knowledge in Exact, and then you're told to write in Symbility. Symbility is a completely different buttonology, completely different system. Like you have to think, it's not estimating. Like there's estimating as core root, learn how to estimate. Then you got to learn buttonology for Exact, and you need to learn buttonology for Symbility because they're two different programs, two different methods of estimating, even though they're both unit price. So people that come in and think that, oh, I'm learning the exact way, and it's no, it's Exact way is unique to Exact. It's a computer system. It's like learning it's like learning Microsoft Word and then Corel when that was around, or it's like Sheets and learning Google Sheets versus Excel. Two different programs. They're kind of similar. They function completely different, and so you have to understand that that's those nuances on those two programs are very different, and they will get you.
We actually, the same person who sent that question sent another one along that said, how do you combat an adjuster who's using Symbility when you're using Xactimate?
Yeah, they're apples and oranges for the most part. In 2013, when we did the RC, this is a good question, so it's a deeper answer on this one. In 2013, when we did the RCOC study, when I was working with Deloitte on it, what we found is we were looking for, like, is one pricing system cheaper than the other, just like out of the box? And Symbility was the cheaper pricing system. And so insurance companies are like, oh, well, if it's a lower price out of the box, it means we get lower cost. Again, these are vapor numbers. They're not real. Like, if I don't make any money on one system versus another, it doesn't matter. Like, you can't compare apples and oranges. If you wrote like a $10,000 estimate in Exact, and then you wrote a $9,000 in Symbility, but it's actually a $14,000 real number, it doesn't matter what digital system says. What's the real cost in the real world to have real people do it? And you have to keep coming back to that. If you don't, and you're just taking the top line of the digital systems, you have no idea if you're making money or losing money. And that's why we see a lot of contractors lose money, because they're relying on the system to be the right price. It's not a pricing system. Like, I can't over explain that enough. Is Xactimate and Symbility are starting points, not a price program. And so the insurance carriers think it's a price program. We capitulate to them and act like it's a price program, but on a job by job basis, you could lose your shirt on one job if you use it like a pricing system if you don't know your cost. So if someone wants to bring in Symbility and say, hey, I can get it for less, or exactly, there's times when it's reversed. The number doesn't mean anything. You need to say, hey, what's my margin? And does this number make sense? And if someone comes in, like normally on Symbility, you need more line items to get to the same number as an Exact. Like, it's a little bit more detailed breakdown, which means there's more room for error or more room for data entry. An adjuster with limited knowledge in a system that requires a higher comprehension of learning is normally a bad disaster or a low number. Good question, but there's a lot to unpack there.
For sure. Sorry, I threw a bit of an open-ended one at you there. See how we're doing for time. We got about I don't know, looks like about 16 or 18 minutes, depending on my clock, until 2. Maybe we have time for one more question before our break.
Yeah, or you know what? If yeah, let's do one more.
Okay. Let's see. This one's been sitting in there for a while. It says, if you're familiar with Contractor Connection as an estimator, how do you suggest working through this program and getting estimates to be profitable? Most items are rejected. Bid and labor hour items can't be used in most cases. I've been seeing a lot of talk, I've been seeing Contractor Connection in the chat a lot as well. So probably a few people wondering about this.
So I don't really have a problem with they set a set of rules up, and you signed the agreement that said I can play with those rules. Then what happens is, and then maybe it wasn't you, maybe it was your company, but if you didn't do the, hey, can we make money on this program with these such rules or the constrictions on us? And they put those rules in place. And if it's not profitable, don't do it. Like there's a time when you're going to trade volume for margin. But if you've eroded your margins to the point where you can't make money and their rules don't allow you to make money, then you maybe can't do the work. There's a lot of people that go off the program. However, there's a lot of people that say that they can make a lot of money in it. So I'm going to say it requires you to be really efficient. You have to be really knowledgeable of how you make your money and align your field operations up with your estimating. If you're just sort of like, hey, it's another insurance company that we're going to do work with, you're probably in the wrong place because it's driven by efficiency and systems and streamlining to make money, and they're not there on, like, again, you're a commodity, so you're going to be treated like one. I don't disagree with their model. It just puts a lot of pressure on your business. Is there a good way to play with it? If the rules say you can't do it and you sign the deal, where you'd have some leverage is if you didn't sign a contractor connection deal and then you're being reviewed by the system. But how do you get it? Document, and then have the conversation before you do the work. The hardest position for you to negotiate is after the fact. After you're done the work, you can't take it back. So call them and say, hey, I got to do this. It takes longer to dry. So are we getting paid? Usually the adjuster can override any of the contract connection decisions. So if you get an adjuster to agree to it normally, then it overrides any of the program rules. But you're gonna have to play the game extra tight. It's a tough program to work in. All right, guys, let's get going. I'm gonna jump into unit pricing, and what's interesting is this is where we start to break down sort of what is a unit price. So it doesn't matter what system, and it was great that we had the question come in before about is it Symbility or Xactimate. And what's interesting is that when we look at unit pricing as a whole, it doesn't matter. So it was actually wild in Australia a few years back. They used to have per room unit pricing. And so if you could imagine going into a room and being like, well, you're going to get X number of dollars to dry a wet room, it includes everything. You're like, well, there could be 30 to 40 individual tasks in that room versus you go to a different room and maybe there's 60 tasks to get it done, right? Like line items that you would need to do. How do you come up with like a blind price per room if you've never seen it? And the people that came up with that didn't have a knowledge of how unit prices are built, because you can build a unit price for multiple things being compiled. And we talked about the simple unit price is that, like, I got a labor hour or a piece of equipment. If you were to grab an extraction unit and apply it to a job, and you were saying, hey, I'm going to rent it out per square foot, well, all of a sudden you have to know how many square feet does that work versus a per day rate or per hour rate. Everything has to be broken down. So we're going to break that down here. And this is the foundation. If you understand this, all of a sudden Symbility and Xactimate make way more sense to you if you understand this next lesson. So when we look at unit pricing, a unit price could either be one of these individual items as a standalone, like a labor, an equipment, a consumable, or material, or it can be combined together. The more combining you do, the harder it is to adjust that number. So if I go and look at it and we say, let's simplify this down to just a material. Materials are crazy because this isn't today's pricing. So this is from the last time I did this, so I don't know where today's price sits at. But if we were to look at a 2x4x8 and you said, hey, we're going to buy it for $3.35 a 8-foot board. If you're going to do unit pricing, you have to figure it out based on the board foot. And so it's 0.41, basically 0.42 cents. So 42 cents per foot is what that board is worth, buying it off the shelf and putting it into the job. So here's the question. Based on your knowledge of unit pricing, if it's 41 cents or 42 cents a board foot, how much does a 2x4 cost if you're only buying 4 of it? right? Is it 33% because there's waste? Is it easier to ship, so it's 40% off? Is it 50% because it's just 50% less? I'm cutting the board in half. How much would the store charge me for that reduced board price? And it's interesting. We're getting lots of feedback, so keep the feedback coming, guys. What do you think it's going to be? How much of a price do you think if I told you that a 8-foot board is $3.35? How much do you think the store is going to cost to charge us for a 4-foot section? So if I had a tree and I had a 12-foot length and I cut an 8-foot, I got a 4-foot left over. It's waste material, right? So is it going to be 33% waste? Is it 40%? They're going to mark it up a little bit. Is it 50%? You're just like, hey, you're just paying per board foot. This is awesome. We got over 100 people participating here. Is it special order? Or is it, why not? Let's just charge more money. And this is wild because when we start to look at how we price versus how the industry prices, we start looking at different things that come in and can impact your price. Can you end that poll and show the answers? If you didn't participate, you got to be faster. So in here, it says the majority of you said, hey, special orders, $2.18. Somebody says, like, hey, 74% more money. Why not? The 50-50 would make sense. If we were only charging it on a unit price, you only buy the boards for what you have or the board feet that you have. And then some of us, 70% said, hey, we got 20% said it should be less. So here's what's wild. When we look at that and we look at the price, the materials that they charge is $2.48 for a 4-foot length. So even if it's their waste material, they're not giving you a discounted price. They're charging you a premium for a short board. It's 74% of the price to buy 50% of the material. So when we look at insurance companies that come in and say, well, you're doing less work, so it should be a discount. It's opposite of what we would see. So smaller jobs, when we look at our smaller estimates, things that you could factor into a $50,000 job have to be priced in. So when we look at a small job, let's say it's a $1,500 or $2,000 wire damage, project management fees. Well, you have to include them because there's not enough margin in that small job to account for all the project management, scheduling, and admin that goes into it. So in our industry, it's a little bit of a dilemma in pricing, where all the big pricing pressure is on the low volume or the low margin, high volume work. That's where everyone puts the reviews on. You don't have reviewers typically on the, not the same type of reviewer, on the large loss. Large loss, you provide your bid chart or your pay schedule, and then you go do the work, and then maybe they'll bring a consultant in at the end. You have a clerk of the works that validates the paperwork is good, and the number should be paid off of that. But the businesses, like business as usual, TPA work, where the price should be higher on a per unit basis because it's smaller, is actually getting compressed. It's different than the market. But the reason you need to understand this is because when you go to write your estimate, you have to understand that there's a lot of charges that have to be rounded up. So when we look at this, we say, when we look at our pricing and we factor in our cost difference changes. If we buy 100 2x4s, our variance from our $2.48 goes up. It goes up to 78% of the price. So if we buy in bulk, the difference gets further away from our price on the material. Now, if I'm going to come in here and make a budget, right, and I want to budget off of here, what do I need to budget to be profitable on both boards? I'd have to say, like, I'm doing $5 per board to make it worth my while. So in one case, I'll have 33% margin, right? And if I buy in bulk, I get 37.6% margin. On the other side, I got 0.8% margin if I'm doing that on there. Now, that's not actually the correct margin. I think it was supposed to be, where are we looking at? It's like 0.58 or 48, sorry. It's a 48 margin, not 0.8. But what you have is you have a variable margin that happens here. So if I'm charging my $5, I got to charge it out. If we look at paint's the big one here. Your unit price on paint doesn't account for small jobs. So if you're sitting here and you look at how am I going to make money? If you need a small amount of paint, you have to change your paint price per unit. It doesn't have enough per ounce. If we look at the breakdown per ounce, it's if you're buying 5 gallons, how many jobs are you buying 5 gallons of paint versus buying 1 gallon or a couple gallons? So if we're sitting there buying paint, our price margins normally come in on the unit price that make it worthwhile if we're buying 5 gallons. But if you have small jobs, you have to dramatically change the price because the price of material for small jobs goes up, not down. So when we did this, the estimating unit was $48.99 per unit per gallon. And so 38 cents an ounce was what we were being paid. So at a gallon here, you're almost in the profitability range. You do hit it on 5 gallons. Now that's only assuming the baseline paint. What if you have a premium paint? Well, now all of a sudden you're in trouble. You kind of make money here. You really don't make any money there. And over here, you're losing money. So if you're going to go into unit pricing and they've got paint 2 coats, and all you're given is paint 2 coats as your option, not paint 2 coats high grade, paint 2 coats Benjamin Moore, you now have to change the paint product price. Now, if that's my cost, I have to add in margin on top of that. And it's not 10 and 10, it's another 20% plus 10 and 10. So all of a sudden you get in this really convoluted, complex pricing method that you have to account for your different costs. So if I'm coming in and creating an estimate on a rebuild and they need a Benjamin Moore spec paint, well, now I have to come in and add that into my cost because it's not calculating it. It calculated at 38 a gallon. Well, just when I looked at the Home Depot rates at the time that we did this presentation the first time, I could get in where I'd be upside down on my paint if I needed to put in the premium brand. And that's not even going to a premium paint store. That's just grabbing Home Depot's premium brand. So what we have to understand is you have to understand your costs on your materials before you ever say yes to the job. If you don't know that scope, you can't make money on unit pricing. Unit pricing is so constrained on the inputs that go into it. It's kind of like if you were to look at driving 1,000 miles. Let's say we're going to drive 1,000 miles. I just did this drive so I can talk about it. New York to South Carolina. I'm going to drive 1,000 miles, New York to South Carolina. The GPS says it's 11 hours. So you're like, okay, let's now do the time and material. That's fuel. That's 2 tanks of gas. That's 11 man hours down. There's 2 of us. Okay, that's 22 man hours. And then we've got wear and tear on the vehicle. And we've got our time and meals. If you were to do time and material, you'd be like, okay, put a budget for lunch, budget for supper, budget for fuel, wear and tear on the vehicle, and our time to get there. If you have if you speed, you can get that time down so you can get there faster, but you probably still get the other costs, but you can shorten the time up. If you shorten the time up, you might still have increased costs because like you're burning more fuel. So you saved on time, but it cost you more fuel. If you're creating a unit price, you also have to factor in accidents that are going to slow you down. Or maybe you get a speeding ticket that's going to slow you down. So all of a sudden you have to factor that in to be able to say, hey, how many units of distance can I travel for the expense that I'm expecting? And if anything changes in that equation, there's a car accident and you're delayed for 2 hours, all of a sudden things go later than you anticipated and it costs you more time, burns more fuel, and maybe you get into another meal. All of that is your unit price assumptions. And so you have to factor in downtime, be like, well, we're not going to be we're going to hit construction zones, there's going to be accidents. It's going to be 14 hours. And so then you would base your time off of your 14 hours, not off the 10 the GPS said. 10 is optimal. You have to price based on 14 hours. That's very basic time and material to unit pricing. And then you would say, well, to do 1,000 miles, we're going to have to come up with a time budget to get there. Or to do 800 miles, we're going to have to come up with a time budget to do that. You're going to factor that in. Same thing happens with estimating. I factor in that we're not going to have a lot of waste. But what if my paint color for part of the wall is a darker color and I need more of it. And then for my lighter color, I need less of it, but I have to buy 2 different quantities. Well, I got to factor in the cost of buying 2 different quantities. One's a 5-gallon pail, one's 2 1-gallon pails. That could throw your estimate off on your cost. So that's when you come into unit pricing. You have to be thinking about this on like a different plane of what's going to cover. So we look at any material, we look at consumption rate. How much consumption does that assume you're going to roll onto the wall? So if we're looking at paint, how much coverage will 1 gallon give you? That's the yield. And in Xactimate, they call it yield. In the real world, we call it a production value. Okay, it's a production rate. How many production units do you get out of that 1 gallon of paint? So if we were to come in and say, well, 1 gallon will then give us a consumption waste. Out of every gallon, we lose 10%. What if it priced for you 1.1 gallons and you have to buy 2 gallons, or you got to buy a quart and a gallon, but you're only being paid for 1.1 gallon. You're being paid on the lower cost. So now you have to go buy a higher cost item. Your paint price is completely off now. You're not making any money on your material. When we look at it, you also got project waste. So that project waste is where you factor in your roll on your over or under. So if you were to buy 3.1 gallons and you have to buy 4 gallons or 3 gallons in a quart, your price per paint has to be averaged out. It works per gallon. You have to change it so you can hit your margins. And that's what the estimating system, that's what Xactimate was designed to do, is you would go in there and go, oh, well, wait a second. I got to raise my price of paint to offset it not rounding up to 4 gallons. So you make those adjustments and you come up with the margins you want. In our system today, in the insurance world, it's the price is the price. You're trading some volume for making the system easier. So I'm not against the insurance company saying, hey, the price is the price. When it comes to paint, you're like, okay, I take it sometimes, I win sometimes. Does it make a lot of sense? No, not necessarily. But on a volume play, there's some give and take. To drive efficiency into the system, you trade some downside for more work. So it's not a bad thing. It's not a good thing. It just is what it is. When we look at labor, though, labor, you got the other side. You got direct wage, which is your hourly worker rate. You have all the burdens that are factored in there. So like your cost of your labor, all the burdens, your overheads, your cost to operate your phones, uniform badges, overheads, trade profit. So in trade profit, in the States, you guys don't get overhead and profit on mitigation. In Canada, we get overhead and profit on mitigation. So, you know, when someone says O&P doesn't apply to mitigation, it depends where you are. In Canada, we get it. In the States, you don't. And when you look at trade profit, it's built in. So if it's not on top, you then have to build it into the price. You have to make that trade profit or the overhead and profit on there. So if we were to look at how we build our system, if you're building your rate, your production rate, you would say, well, if it's not factored into the price, if I didn't factor profit into there, then I'm effectively saying I don't earn it. If it's factored in there, you can do it a couple of ways. So I can look at how do I build my rate. So I can build it with my starting rate, my hourly rate, my production time, and all of it's going to fluctuate. If you think about it as a moving example, let's say it takes the time it takes to hang a door. So let's say it takes in here, let's say it takes some time to hang a door. And actually, I'm going to go back. I didn't show you this slide. So if I'm in here where I'm looking at the production rate. Now, did you guys, hold on. All right, was I sharing my screen when I showed you guys the cans? Kristen or Anna, can you?
Yes,
you
you
were.
are.
I was? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So when we get into here and we look at our labor rate, when we look at this triangle, the triangle is sort of where you start. So you look at, if everything's equal, you have a starting time, a production time, and you got your hourly rate. You look at it as like a triangle that doesn't move. I can modify my rate. I can increase my rate and I can shorten my production time to get the same unit price. I can extend it out. So if we were to look at an extreme example, let's say that it takes time to hang a door, it takes time to paint 200 square feet, and I want to change the toilet. There's a whole bunch of stuff I do, but the customer says, Kris, you can't charge me more than $25 an hour to do this. Okay. So I have a constraint. Maybe it's a government entity says you can only charge $25 an hour. And I say to them, well, I charge $100. And if I don't get paid $100, I walk away. And I say, okay, perfect. I could invoice them $100 and hope that they pay me, even though they said they can't pay anything over 25. Or I can tell them, yes, I can charge you $25 an hour as long as I use unit pricing. And what we do is we can come in and we can modify, and this is the basis of all unit pricing. I can modify my production rate to be $25 an hour if I just extend the time out. And this is why it's really hard in Xactimate to figure out what your hourly rate is. Because if you're doing it in a unit price and they screw up the hourly rate, so like you're like, oh, I can't do it for that many hours. What they can do is they can extend the job time per unit so that you make more because it doesn't take an hour to do a door. It takes a half hour to do a door. So all of a sudden, if I want to come up with a $200 an hour for the task, if I come in and I make the tasks really tight, it's like, hey, I'm making $200 in 15 minutes. Your unit price, it doesn't matter how you got to $200. That's the price. Whether I showed it as a 6-hour install, or I showed it as an 8-hour install, or I show it as a 1-hour install, it doesn't matter. It's how do I build the unit price. So the unit for that door is $200. It's either I've accounted for 8 hours to do it or 1 hour to do it at $200 an hour. If you're using unit pricing, you're not fabricating anything. You just said, I assume that it takes us 8 hours to do the door at $25 an hour. That you said $25 an hour, I need to get to 200. I'm charging 8 hours as my unit price is based on $25 an hour. It takes 8 hours. Now, when we make those modifications, that's on an extreme, but when you make those modifications, you're adjusting the production rate. That's all you're doing. And once you understand how you adjust the production rate, then you factor in that into any of your units. When you do smoke damage, if you had light forest fire damage, so light soot in a house, how long does that take to clean versus a heavy soot? Could be like double, triple. So if I have light smoke, I would say that's my base unit is light. It takes me 1 unit of cleaning for every square foot. If it's heavy smoke damage, it might take me 3 times the units, 3 units for every square foot to clean. I just triple my price. If I've got an inexperienced staff doing the work, it might take me 4 times because they're not as fast as an efficient team. So I would make that adjustment in my unit price. And what I'm doing is I'm effectively changing my production rate. So production rate, if you think about it, is your guesstimate of how much time. It's not right, it's not wrong. It's just guesstimating how much time on an extreme basis. This is all you're doing. You're figuring out how much time does a task take. So if you, in unit pricing, if you understand that, then you can figure out how to build it. When we look at it, and it's like the children's storybook about Goldilocks and the 3 bears. What's too high? Well, too high is you're out of the market. It's a ridiculous price. Too low, you're out of business. You can't do the work. So just right is always the bare minimum margin you need to survive. So some of you said, hey, we're not profitable. Too low. You're already on the wrong side of the pricing path. The other side is too high. And then it's too high is too much. Like, how high is too much? So then you start looking at your profitability. If 10% is your target, 15% is not too high. Is 20% too high? 25% too high? What's too high? And you got to kind of look at what the market will bear. But anything less than 10% profit is too low, right? Maybe you can get a little bit below 10% net profit, but not many companies will survive the ebbs and flows of this industry if you're making less than 10%. If you're less than 10% and you get stuck in a drought, you're losing money. When we look at unit pricing, it's a powerful estimating tool. It's a horrendous pricing tool. You cannot use it for out-of-the-box pricing because that's not how it was built. It was built for you to modify everything. So if you were doing spraying an antimicrobial on a solid surface, this is a perfect example. If I'm spraying it on a hard surface that is not porous, what's my spray rate per gallon? Let's say it's 1,000 feet or 500 feet per gallon. If I go to concrete, which is now porous, it's got grooves and more surface area, and some of it gets absorbed into it. If I'm spraying concrete and it goes down in half, or maybe it's a quarter reduction in the amount of spray it takes, so I have to add 25% more for concrete. Well, I have to change my production rate because I'm going to need more product to spray it on concrete than I do on a solid surface. That's where you have to understand your yields inside of Xactimate. You have to understand your pricing because you change your surface. Like anyone that sprays it on concrete, you're going to have more product going out per square foot than if you were to spray it on steel or on a solid surface or a tile. So all of a sudden you have to increase your product consumption, which then increases your time. So your price per square foot goes up. And if you don't know that, you're already working against yourself. But you don't know what the assumptions are. How did they build that unit price? Was it built on concrete? Doesn't say. Was it built on stud walls? Doesn't say. So you don't know how they built the price. So you have to look into it and figure that part out. And that's where you can get in trouble without knowing it. The one of the main complaints we get, or one of the main things, is it's tools of the trade or it's the cost of doing business. And a lot of people say, hey, there's things that are included in your hourly rate. Now, here's what's wild is in any other business, tools of the trade that are included as part of your hourly rate would be built into your hourly rate. So if I have my moisture meters and an infrared camera and I invest in the new trucks, if I built my own price, I would include those items into my policy, right? I would include them into my price. So tools of the trade are nothing more than what am I including in there? So what would be tools of the trade for a carpenter? Table saw, pencils, you lose them every job, tape measure, hammers, nails. If I'm a carpenter that says, hey, I'm coming in just to do carpentry work and you provide the tools, I have a rate of X. If you want me to provide all the tools, my rate is Y. So somebody has to come up with a rate of supplying tools versus not supplying tools. Who comes up with that? You do. Why is it when we deal with the software companies that there's a understanding that certain things are included and certain things aren't included? Okay. There's no price for your moisture meter. There's no price in the program for a $20,000 IR camera. So where is that built into? It's supposed to be built into the hourly rate. If you don't build it into the hourly rate, then where does it become? It becomes part of your overhead. But you haven't built it in as part of your overhead, because if I have a $20,000 IR camera that my team uses and you don't, you're making more per dollar without having that tool. You have to adjust your hourly rates to account for your product, or you have to bill that IR camera out separately if all the rates are staying the same. And that's really one of the big challenges that you have in this industry, is when people are they're telling you how you price, you don't have the ability to change your price based on adding value to your hourly rate. Now, it's not fair, or it's different. The people that play the private game, they can charge twice as much for their equipment because they're like, hey, I don't charge for my infrared camera. I built it into my pricing scheme of my rental equipment. So that is included with that. What you have to watch out is when other people dictate what your tools of trade are, you could come up with any price. If you said, let's say a large TPA says, this is how tools of the trade work. They didn't write Xactimate and say, hey, Xactimate, is this how tools of the trade work? And then you are supposed to modify your rate. And if you said, well, if you want me to include tools of the trade into my hourly rate, it's this much per hour. If you want me to break it out and show it individually, it's this much per hour with this much equipment rental or tool trade rental that I'm billing into there. The one you get is like ladders for roofers. All the ladders included. Okay, well, what about debris removal? You could build it into the price. It's just, did the people that built the price include it, or is there just other people making assumptions? And that's the problem you run into with Exact and Stability, is you don't necessarily have people that are from our field building the price, and they're not necessarily thinking about how are all prices built. So you have to be very careful when you're working with people on that. I always turn this one back. So I'm hard on insurance in that respect, but what is an insurance policy's tool of the trade? So if you were to look at their policies, and I use this as an example, is one insurance company might cover all jewelry from $0 to $10,000, and another will say, no, you have no coverage, or another one will say, yeah, we cover jewelry to $100,000. Well, isn't that a tool of the trade? Like, isn't covering jewelry part of your trade of insuring? And it's kind of the same thing as what we do. If you were to look at different policies, I read this one, a hole-in-one policy. And this is from an actual insurance policy. If the policy covers contents at your principal residence, we will pay up to $500 for expenses for you and a family member, you or a family member incur to purchase food or drink at a golf club to celebrate a hole-in-one achieved by you or family member during an official round. The scorecard and certification of the club or match secretary must be submitted. No excess applies to this cover. So is that tools of the trade for an insurance company? Do they all offer hole-in-one coverage? That if you score one, they give you $500? Pretty wild. That's a clause. Why? That's a marketing piece. They built their premium off of this customer base likes golf. This will be something we can use to put in there to sell it. And we know that we're going to have a low payout on it. Cool. That's the Chubb home policy, I believe, from the UK or from Australia. If we look at another one, what's tools of the trade? Well, they insure coverage loss. So in this one, we have coverage for guns up to $5,000. Okay, is that a tool of the trade? It's coverage, it's insurance coverage. It's the same as every other coverage. But if I add a different policy, it says, hey, classic, we only pay $500 for an incident on certain covered items. If you have a different coverage, we pay this amount. Well, it doesn't say $5,000. The two policies are insurance policies. They're both the same. You're insuring people. Why aren't you insuring them the same? The tools of the trade are built into their price. So a tool of our trade for us is how we bill. It's how did you build your price? Now, when you look at your estimating system, sorry guys, when you look at your estimating system comes in, and we look at the policy. Sorry about that. I'm losing my mind here. I'm starting to fade out. That hole-in-one policy was actually a Chubb policy. And then in here, you've got these other policies that are showing up. And so these policies have these limits. This is what I was trying to show you. And so you've got these limits here that are totally two different things. Just be very careful when someone tells you that your price is part of the tools of the trade. They're not, right? We have these estimating systems that we build. It all starts with a contract, no different than the insurance customer contract. We do a contract with our service that says, these are the rules that we will engage this business from. If you don't pay us, then this is what's going to happen. If you pay us, then this is what's going to happen. I'm going to estimate the job this way, time and materials, value price. If you agree to this, then this is how you're going to be billed. No different than when a plumber comes to your house or a carpet cleaner comes to your house. You basically sit down and you put a program in place and you say, this is how we're going to do business. Do you want to do business with us? Then from there, we go in and we do floor plan. We go get our map of the house so we can understand where the loss is and what we need to consider in our estimate. One of the big spots that people miss is they don't get a good floor plan of the unaffected areas that you have to walk through. So you miss all that revenue from the front door all the way to the source of the loss. Like if it's in a basement, you lose the stairs going up to the main floor hallway, the main floor bathroom that you're using. All of that needs to have site protection. You're not necessarily getting paid for that because you forget to sketch it. So what we do is we build a really good sketch, and then it comes from this. This is an example of Encircle's floor plan. It comes from here and then moves into an Xactimate, and then you just do some modifications and build it in. Then you take that and you create a scope of work, right? So we go through our contract, we get floor plan, we then do a scope. What's the scope? Scope says, this is the detailed work we're going to do. In unit pricing, it's the line items. It says, the line item says, this is the type of work we're doing, and then you modify the line item so that comes in and says, here's how long it's going to take. If you were to look at the wall behind me, so if I was to cut boards and put them on a wall like this, would that take longer than doing one in a different facility? Well, you got to stain them, you got to mount them to a backer board, and you got to put them on the wall. Or if it was battened, could you just throw up whole sheets? And here you got to cut these, which would take longer. Do the whole wall or cut these custom boards. Well, cutting the custom boards takes longer. And then you got to stain them all, finish the ends. So what we do is we look at the scope and it's apply wood, and then it's like, well, is it harder than normal or easier than normal? What's normal? Normal would be like an 8-foot length or a 10-foot length. Is it longer than that or shorter than that? And then you figure it out based on that. That's your scope of work. Anytime your scope goes harder, the price should go up. Anytime it's harder than normal, price should go up. Then what we do is we look at our documentation. And so we factor in our documentation as we schedule a plan. Well, how do we schedule our plan? Well, we document it, we move it into a schedule, we create a budget, and all of a sudden what we've done is we've now said, we've got the contract, we've got a sketch, we've got a scope, we've documented all the inconsistencies. So the questions that come in, how do you get insurance companies to pay? You justify it by documenting it, right? We then get it onto a schedule and then we create a budget. That basis there, most people fail to do that. They fail to put it on a schedule. They fail to explain the orders of operation that led to a higher price. And that's where most people have orders of operation. The way we do the work is out of alignment with how the work's getting done. And then you come back and you say, well, how do I win? So this is a big part of the setup, and we don't do a great job as an industry. When we work in this business, we don't do a great job as an industry of getting documentation done. If you're looking at like, hey, how do I get more money out of a job? I saw in the chat, a bunch of you said, hey, you got to document it and submit it to the insurance company. If you're playing the insurance game and you're in a partner program, 100% you need to do this. I still would do this if I was playing just a homeowner game. I would still document everything and send it to the insurance company as a courtesy, because I want to try to get it paid as easy as possible, but it's documentation that you want to do. So here's the type of documentation that you'd be looking at. If you were looking at it and say, hey, Jerry, I'm concerned about the foul odor in the basement, in the flooring in the basement, not being suitable for my family to live around. What is the plan to deal with it? And is it safe? All of a sudden, looking like the homeowner sends the project manager this message. They're super concerned. And the project manager and the homeowner are on the same page. They can go down and say, hey, like, let's see if we can deal with it. If the homeowner and the project manager are on different pages, or the project manager isn't documenting that, at the end of the day, how are you going to deal with this if you didn't document their concern? If they document it and you fail to, you come back, hey, Jerry, I see the repairs are starting, and the contractor mentioned that the floors are a concern, and he's worried about our health. Can you address this issue? That's the area that I'm going to go back to them and start talking to them on. If the project turns out it was a floor was impacted by category 1, and all of a sudden you get this nasty odor, well, maybe there's a pre-existing condition we have to discuss. So like, why is there an odor coming out? Rather than just say, hey, don't worry about it. All right. How many times do we go to jobs where pre-existing condition has led us to now have to think about, like, maybe this isn't a sanitary floor because of the odor. It smells like cat urine. We had a pre-existing problem. We can't treat it like a category 1. It's going to have to come up because it got wet. That documentation from the homeowner to the project manager, and then from the project manager to the adjuster or back to the homeowner, is the difference between you getting paid for a floor that you removed and you not getting paid. So how are you documenting it? Well, conversations are number one. When we look at court cases, conversations are number one way. What happened? When did you know it happened? How did you respond? So if there's information that you didn't know until later on, and that you could not have known until later on, those are easy cases to defend or restore. It's like, yeah, it turned out it was a bad situation. There was no indications until here that it happened. However, if you communicated or failed to communicate, or you only communicate with the insurance company and the homeowner was asking questions and you never communicate, it will fall back on you if you're not documenting the loss and saying, hey, let's have those open and transparent conversations. So when we start to look at our invoice and estimating, does an odor appearing increase or decrease our scope of work? Does it make it harder or easier? If our scope gets harder because of that pre-existing condition, then I need to address it with the parties involved and explain, because of this odor, we suspect there's a contaminant. Because of the contaminant, we suspect it's going to be more time. If it's more time, it's usually more cost, right? So that's why I look at anything different than normal, we want to communicate. If it's more difficult, it's a higher price. And so every time you do that communication, it's like I'm communicating when things are more difficult. So you do your general documentation, and then you go in and you ramp it up when there's a problem. So what would be your normal documentation to like get paid? I like that comment, by the way. I just saw it. Somebody today, depending on what we find into the job. Absolutely, Jared. In my initial walkthrough, I'm going to do the walkthrough. And after the site safety is done, this is how I found the location. So to that statement, based on my initial observations, this is what I believe the scope is, subject to change. Then I do 360 photos left to right. So I would come into a doorway, and with my phone, I'm going to go like this around. I'm going to take a step back, and I'm going to finish the room 360 degrees just to capture the overviews, right? That's my initial inspection. The next thing are notes and observations. Who, what, where, when, why. Then I would add a video. If I can add video at no cost, add video. Video is great. You're like, hey, it smells like a wet sock in here. It smells like a dog in here. It's category 1, but it smells like a wet sock. Probably category 2 or a category 3. Justifies pulling stuff out. If I saw that in a video and he said, yeah, it smells like a wet dog in here, the homeowner's like, yeah, like the worst wet dog you've ever smelled, you're pulling out the floors. So all of a sudden, your documentation justifies your scope, and you can then justify that increased cleaning, that increased budget, and that increased equipment rental. Then you've got your causal loss and schedule loss, or source of loss. So I'm going to document the cause loss for the insurance adjuster. If they're not on site, like a lot of them aren't, document it. Take a nice big picture away, zoom in, and what I want to do is make sure I identify what happened. Hey, the pipe broke. It was a ruptured pipe. The dog ate through the water supply line. The carpenter punched a nail into the supply line. A joint came undone, sudden accidentally. Cool, document it. And then I want to document all the pre-existing damage and why. We get blamed for people after the fact. They're super happy you're there, but then they don't notice all the nicks, dings, dents, and scratches from the work you did. So 360 photos. If I see dents and scratches like on here, if I have dents and marks and scratches, I'm going to document. Big picture away, zoom up, picture. Picture away, zoom in. Why? Every time I take a picture, I'm doing two things. I'm telling the customer I know it's there. And 2, I'm going to have proof it's there for when we're done. The other thing is if you get a low-end insurance company that only pays for one wall, the other 3 walls look like trash, right? When you compare 20-year-old paint to like brand new paint, it's going to look like you did a bunch of damage to it when they notice all the nicks and scratches on there. They're all normal wear and tear. Just document it. You do that left to right, and then video for those odors or the non-visible. Sometimes there's things like you're trying to show video, like, hey, this is distorted. Describe it. If it doesn't show up in the video, it's better than nothing. The other areas I would want to do is site protection. So if I'm doing site protection in the unaffected area and I charge for it and I have to fold it up every day, show your pre and post photos from it. Protect everything from cross-contamination. Your justification is a sanitary reason, and then you're putting it in. If you're building a negative pressure, show your negative pressure readings. Like an adjuster is going to say, why do you need negative pressure? Oh, it's a contaminated environment. Well, then show them the manometer readings. Like, it's okay to present our data to them. Show them the data. I had it under negative pressure. Help the adjuster justify their payments for these products. You're putting a service in, you're saying, hey, I need negative air. It needs to be under negative pressure, and this is the goal I had it, 5.5 kilopascals or 5 kilopascals. This is the pressure I needed at. I maintained it, took a picture, and I showed it. Well, the unaffected areas, I'm going to go through and inspect this. Now, this doesn't sound like a big deal for estimating, but it's massive. This is how we're going to document things. And if we come in after we do our initial inspection area of the affected areas, I'm going to make sure I get that cause loss, schedule loss, pre-existing conditions in my site containment. The next thing I do is resulting damage. Why? That's where the money's at. All the resulting damage is where we're starting to document this, is like, this is the things that need to get torn out. And now I'm another big fan of grabbing a black marker and Xing. If you're pulling a wall out, X it when it's wet. Because the number one dispute that happens after is it looks dry, and a consultant will come back and say, oh, I think it's dry. No, if the scope was initially set as it's a category 3, it's coming out, you exit with a marker. That was the discussion at the time. It's now permanently marked, and it's ready to come out. I love when I see that, because it doesn't allow for Monday morning quarterbacking when it's dry to say, I think that's a clean wall. If it was wet, you mark it. You mark the structure, you do the contents. Contents is a big one. That will impact your estimate. If I've got a room full of contents, I'm going to have to justify it. Then we've got our equipment, and we have to make sure our placement is good. And you want to come in and go, what's our equipment placement and what's our justification? Do we need more equipment or less equipment? Do we meet the standards requirement for equipment or do we not? Justification in the standard is really tight for putting your equipment in and then making your adjustments. That makes sense? So far, if you follow that, if I were to review your estimate should look like your documentation, right? If we were looking back, I should have an estimate that looks like your contract. Your estimate should look like your documentation, and your documentation should basically justify what we're doing inside the job. If you're doing that, you're more than 80% of the way through, and you're doing more than most contractors. When we look at the report, what you're trying to do is come up and show the damages, the condition of the building, and explain the story to the adjuster so that the estimate makes sense. You have to imagine your estimate or your Xactimate or your time materials, whatever you're doing, has to look good. It has to come into play so that the insurance company looks at the paperwork and goes, yeah, that's what $35,000 looks like. Because if you have like 3 sheets of paper and no substantiation behind it, how do I pay you the price of a car when you have no paperwork to support it? And you're like, well, they know it's wire damage. They know that's what it should be. The vice president doesn't know. The claims manager doesn't know. They haven't looked at your file. Give them the justification in your paperwork. It's called front loading your claim. If you front load, it's a front loading hack. Basically, answer all those questions before you get the job to a dispute position. Front load it with all those questions. Answer all those questions in advance, and you'll have a much easier time in the end, not having to fight an adjuster. So when we talk about being profitable, why do you want to be a profitable restorer? Like there's a mentality out there that restorers should, be happy to be doing work and saving their community, and that's what we do. But why do you need to be profitable? If you really believe in your mission, that you want to help more people recover after a loss, you want to help more people in your community, you have to be profitable because you're a for-profit business. You run on profits. You grow on profits. You have to be profitable, and there's nothing wrong with that. Just understand you can do the right thing and be profitable. The insurance company doesn't necessarily want you to not be profitable, but it hurts their bottom line every time you take a dollar from them. It hurts their bottom line. So you have to do it ethically and do the right thing. And what's wild is, and maybe I was naive, is that I was taught that if you were technically trained, you have all the technical experience. The more technical you get, the better you are. The problem is the more technical you get, the more you fall in that Dunning-Kruger effect, right? So you get in that curve, and then all of a sudden down here you get scared. Well, to get profitable, you have to get through the technicals, but you also have to realize that your business comes first. Your profitability comes first before the homeowner. You could turn the job away. If it's not profitable, don't help. It's a hard thing to say. Private equity totally changes the game when it's that way. It's like, it's not profitable work. We don't need to help them. Let someone else help. So you have to change your mindset on, why are you in this business? Are you going to be profitable? And so when we start to look at how profitable are you, it's okay to be profitable. You just have to understand the industry. So in the last 5 years, I've had this really interesting high-level conversations and looked at it from a much higher view, right? So you got lawyers, adjusters, claims managers, property managers, and everyone assumes you have these credentials that you can go and do this business. And what's interesting is that whether you're on your second course or your 20th course, no one really cares whether you're credentialed up to the top or not, but you should, because you really need to be able to go into a job technically savvy and be able to make that technical argument. And if you look at plumbers and HVAC companies, they spend a lot of time in that training, right? They spend a lot of time focusing on how do you get someone trained? How do you get someone good? And even then, there's like really good plumbers and really bad plumbers because they run their business poorly. But when we started to look at it, restorers have a distorted reality. Plumbers come to your house and are like, if you can't afford it, we can't help you. But as a restorer, we go to people's homes and we're like, man, we would really like to help you. I just need to know who's paying, and then we'll figure out how we help them. Like, there's nothing wrong with renting equipment to somebody who can't afford the insurance thing and just say, hey, I got equipment on my shelf. It's not making me any money. I'll give you it for $1,500. You pay me $1,500. I'll give you a wet check. You do your own. When it stops beeping, that's when you're dry. And then we'll come back and we'll check your building for you before we pull our equipment out. Cool. Make less money, provide less service, fits the market. There's nothing wrong with that. But you have to understand this business is tough. They assume everybody's doing the same thing. Your price, the reason why prices are like in Xactimate are all the same is they assume everyone's offering the same service. And so you have to break through that mold. When we look at it, I got to be a professor at Humber and instruct a bunch of restoration professionals. So Anna, who's on the call, she's an instructor there as well. And what's interesting here is that we had students that were getting the top training from, at least in Canada, that's one of the higher programs that are there. And it's amazing is that even as a professor there, no one cares, right? Like if you come back and you're like, oh, well, I taught at Humber. In the real world, no one cares. It doesn't matter. Your credentials don't matter. It's how you explain it. They don't care what your background is. Your credentials don't matter. It doesn't matter if you're a professor and you taught this thing. You still have to come in and logically explain it. So don't be like, oh, I'm a master restorer, so therefore you should listen. You still have to do your justification of saying, here's why it is. So it's kind of like humble education. When you write an estimate in unit pricing, and there's something that you need to change or disagree with, you're educating. I had to put this extra line item in because this happened. Here's where the standard says this is happening. This is how I approach the job, and here's why I add more time. Normally, you want to have that conversation before you submit your numbers, and then just say, hey, as per our conversation, this is what happened. But in the case that you don't have that conversation because you can't get a hold of someone, justify it with the standards. And you should know the standards, the IICRC, and everything that goes with it. Most of the estimates that get kicked back in review have no justification. So there's some adjusters on this call that would probably say, yeah, like if you see things that are getting kicked back, it's like super thin, no support. You didn't help them do their job. They don't trust your number because you got bad line items all over the place. You're just trying to get to the number, but it has to be that you're putting in the numbers in the right spots. Now, the IICRC is interesting. I had a file reviewed by a fellow instructor, and we were in a head-to-head battle of opinions on this. And what was interesting is that the file, I'm not going to get into the details of the file, but the file was where, how would you put it? There was things that were being said that restorers were expected to do that was wrong and incorrect. And I watched this happen, and I was on the other side. And I went, there's no way that this person is making these claims that they're saying the restorer should do all this stuff is wrong. And what was interesting is they made a statement that every restorer is taught to restore the property as fast as possible. And I remember like having a flashback to like 2005 or 6. And I remember the instructor saying, yeah, number one priority in restoration is get there as fast as possible. What they were saying in there is technically that's the right thing to do. The IICRC teaches technicals, but from a business standpoint, and from an estimating standpoint, and from a logistical standpoint, It's not to be there fast and first. It's there to get the job signed up and file the contract and get the paperwork done. And it was interesting. I was in this court case 2 years ago and we won against another instructor. And it led me to believe this question that I've been asking myself for so long is, what if everything that we were taught in restoration was wrong? And I kept coming back to this is like, what if we were taught everything wrong? And the reason why I asked that is we're effectively looking at our business from a perspective of technically what's right, and we have to match it to what's right for the insurance company, and then we have to match it to what's right for our business. And the conflict I kept running into is, what if everything we were taught was wrong? Because you're taught in silos. You're taught in a silo of technically this is correct, but business-wise it's not. Technically, this is what the insurance companies want, program rules, but that's not technically good for our business either. And all of a sudden, what if everything that we were taught was wrong? Like the Buttonology is wrong. And you're like, man, that's totally a mind shift for me. What was interesting is that the more I explored it, the more it made sense. We don't dry buildings or restore fires from an academic theory anymore. We do this to restore buildings because financially, it makes more sense for them to pay us to do the work than it is for us to just replace stuff. So if we can clean it or save it, there's a financial benefit for us getting paid versus someone else getting paid. And that's when I started to look at things a lot different. I started to put this in the perspective that the way we estimate, the way we price, the way we build out our revenue models, all of it is just a balance against what's the other option. And so when you start to look at unit pricing is just commoditization. You have to come up with value offer. Like, what's your value offer? And every decision and every investment in your business is about increasing profitability. So if you're going to invest in equipment, it has to have an ROI. You can't just buy a fancy truck to have a fancy truck. If you want to invest in new restoration gear, are you going to actually use it? Do you know how to use it properly? Can you take that gear and maximize your profit potential? And this is where it comes back to understanding your price. The price of equipment rental in the industry hasn't gone up in a ton of years, although our prices have just spiked. I was looking at some dehumidifiers a couple of weeks ago when I was in Aramco and John Don's offices. Expensive, totally spiked on price. Our rental rates have stayed about the same. So what's offsetting those rental prices, right? All of a sudden, do we have a longer return on investment? Someone else controls our price because the cost of purchasing new equipment has gone so much up. It's making the game harder to play. So if I'm going to invest in equipment in my business, I have to get a return on investment. I have to know what my costs are in order to come up with that return. When we start to look at it, we can look at the other side of it and say, well, we move quickly to get the business needs met before we can restore the property. So if we go in and if you change your mentality, when I showed you that we had a really profitable year, all we did is we said we put the business first. We didn't put the SLAs first. We didn't put anything else first. We put the business first. We made better business decisions for our business. And we're like, we're going to only restore jobs that we can make money at. Or if we are restoring jobs where we're losing money, the overall payday for that account has to be worth it. So we do a few jobs where we lose some money, but overall we have to make money. That's why we fired one client, because overall we didn't make money. So we were like, well, you're done. You're not good for us. You need to be here as a profitable restorer. You need to be looking at how do you generate more profits in a faster time frame. All right. Excuse me here. Let's jump into one more example here. I'm going to pop this up. If we were to look at car assembly, I want to tie this all together, all these ends together. I want you to understand, if we were looking at car assembly and we said we were going to do rate and material, so that would be your basis for doing anything. Now, the reason I use car assembly is we can imagine a car coming down assembly line and says, hey, it takes 100 hours to build, $5,000 in material, $5,000 in labor. We combine it together, we know what our costs are. You look at your production line, and you're like, hey, can we drive efficiencies in there? If you took that production line, you said, no, we figured it all out. It always takes $5,000 in labor, $5,000 in materials to get there. It's 100 hours to build it. That would be your rate and material experience. What could you do from there? Well, you could break it down. You could say, you know what? There's 395 individual processes that makes up 100 hours, that makes up $5,000 of labor, $5,000 of material. If you're a car guru or an engineer and you already knew that, you have enough experience, you could just say, hey, you know what? It's just 10 grand. That's your bid. You have enough knowledge. You're like, yeah, it's 10 grand, because obviously it's $100, 100 hours, and it's 5 grand of material, five grand of material. All of those should be the same price, right? If you were to do the same model and follow it through, the problem with our industry is nobody looks at all three estimating systems as the same, but they should be. Like literally, you shouldn't have a different price. So if I have a rate material, it means for me to get rate material different than unit pricing, one of them's wrong. Usually it's the unit price. Unit price is a bunch of false assumptions. Rate material is based on actual experience. The bid price is based on you knowing and remembering that experience and being able to put it into a bid. If we were to take that same example and said, hey, our rate and material price on a car is 10 grand, and then we have unit pricing, and we got different car companies that are like, oh, it's 14 grand, it's 4 grand, it's 10 grand, 7 grand. You're like, sorry, what? And then on bid pricing, you get somebody at 21 grand, someone at 5 grand, 11 grand. You're like, how did you come up with all these prices? That's insane. What happens if we turn it into restoration and you ask the adjuster the same question? You're like, hey, on rate materials, it's 100 grand. How come when they look at it, all of a sudden they see $250,000, 65,000, 100? Which one's the right number? If you don't have this basis of how much you think it should be, how can you factor in which is the right price on the company? So when I look at insurance companies, I look at them with sympathy, because I'm like, hey, I'm getting a ton of numbers that aren't the same. In a unit price, my rate and material on my unit price should be the same. If I'm bidding, I put the fudge factor in. It might be a little bit more because I'm factoring it in. Technically, it should all be the same. The only reason that this is 100,000 is because that's the experience we actually have from doing the job. If I'm bidding it or I'm coming up with units, I have to make assumptions and factor in. So my price could be a little bit higher. It shouldn't be lower than the time and material cost, right? Because that's real experience. It should always be higher. How much higher? It depends on how much risk you want me to assign. So is 210 too much risk on a bid? Not necessarily. It depends how much risk I have. Depends on the protocols. If we were to change these numbers and we were to say, hey, in our estimating strategy, we tightened it up. Instead of getting this wide range of pricing, we now have a narrower band of pricing because we have a better scope. I could easily see that, hey, the cost on here is 10 grand. I could pay 10, 11, or 10.5. At 9, I probably don't get the product I need on a volume play. On bid pricing, maybe you could do it for 95, but 10 and 11 are the right price. If we come into restoring homes, 100 is the right time and material price if you know what the price is. 120 could be the right price because you factored in the fudge factor. 90 is too low. It's just you're going to lose money on it every time. 125 might be too high. 105 might be right if you do quality control and you have a really good estimate in place. If you're doing a bid, it's not unusual to see your bids come in at that 120, 125, 130. In here, I would expect that I'm going to lose some revenue. I'm going to lose stuff right here. But I'm okay losing because it means that if I win the job, I get a higher margin. And that's why you want your bids to be a lot less. Does that make sense? When you get into pricing and you get into the pricing strategies, you have to think about what is the customer seeing and what is the actual value of the product you're providing. For you to get more value here, maybe I have to do payment terms, or I need to give a better warranty, or I need to communicate better with the adjuster or something to incur me getting paid a higher amount compared to my competitor. Estimating is really tough, guys. It's I know you guys came here for some of you came for Buttonology. We've got a course for that where we go cradle to grave on it. But in here, I want to give you the mechanics, the foundation of it, because once you understand this, the Buttonology actually gets easier to figure out.
We do have a decent number of questions. Now you talked about, you kind of mentioned a little bit about insurance companies who have different, I don't know, different guidelines on pricing and things along those lines. This question came in from Daniel, who I know is on today. He says each insurance company has a different set of guidelines. How can we be more consistent? We're arguing with adjusters about line items because Xactimate lacks on proper line items. One adjuster wants it this way, while another adjuster wants it that way. So he's just kind of asking how we can deal with, the lack of consistency, across the carriers.
Yeah. So what I realized is it's hard. So the answer is it depends, right? Do you make the concession for someone? So first thing you have to say is one adjuster's giving you work. You take a step back just and look at the business. How much business do they give you, and is it worth customizing your entire business to that one adjuster or that one group? If the answer is yes, then you go on to the next decision as yes, it's worth it. Do you have to change your process so much that it makes it unbearable for you, or is it an inconvenience, but it's like, hey, you know what? I like the work I get from this person. I had an adjuster that just would beat me up on stuff all the time. Like he just hated seeing the petty stuff. And I'm like, well, what if I change the price on the line item? He's like, yeah, that's fine. So it meant I just had to learn how to work with them because they just didn't want to charge. He didn't want to personally see things the way it was. Now, that's when we could change more prices in there. So we would just eliminate like all the masking and all the fluff on there and just raise the price of paint. So it was like painting walls and it was one price. He liked it that way because it was a little bit more the old school way. You're going to find that the push from programs, I think there's a pendulum that's swinging right now. And I think the pendulum is hit about as hard as you can get on the reviewer side. What you're seeing is insurance companies are starting to hire more field adjusters. So this trend of putting people back in the field, I think, we're in about a 7-year swing. And back when I started my career, I was told about the 7-year pivots. Now it's a little longer than 7 years, but every 7 years, the insurance companies go from one model and switch back. So it used to be the independent adjusters would be, they farm everything to independent adjusters. And then 7 years, they bring it all back in-house. And then 7 years, it goes back to independent adjusting. I think you're going to see that where there's more adjusters going into the field because that's where the insurance companies make and lose their money. And my belief is that all this process that they tried to enforce, it doesn't work like auto, and they're starting to realize it. So now what you're going to have is you're going to still have that customization on estimating because you can't standardize residential estimating as much as you say you want to. Every house is different. Every house is unique, so you can't standardize it. But what they should be doing is validating if the scope is right. Is the scope right? And then is the degree of difficulty right? And is the price right? And I think you're going to see more people back in the field. And that's probably a change. Like that's where more insurance companies seem to be going is they're reinvesting in human capacity. And I guess my guess is they're supplementing it with AI so that it makes it easier to do the job, but they're going to need more people to make those decisions because this isn't something like auto. What's the steps to do that? I still think it comes down to communicate your process, your technical reasons for doing it, and justify it. I found very few adjusters push back when you provide them with all the support they need. So that's a long answer to the short question, but I think we're in a good spot where things are going to start to get easier as opposed to harder. I think this is about as hard as they can get.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris. This is a good question from Adrian that came in pretty early in the webinar. And I saw a lot of comments in the chat, just kind of bemoaning this issue, but he asks, how can we effectively and professionally communicate to an insurance adjuster that they do not have the authority to determine the water damage category, especially when they didn't inspect the loss site or evaluate the conditions in person as required by the S500 standards?
Yeah, you're going to get into this. So it's who's holding liability for it. And I've recently won a few cases where we had the insurance company dictate how the job should be, and then the restorer didn't follow those instructions. The insurance company and them got into a legal dispute, and the restorer won because the standard is very clear. So if you make a determination on what the category of water is, if they dispute it, they need to then scientifically challenge you. They can't have an opinion. There's no way that they can have an opinion that based on the source alone that is a resulting category. You justify it. So there's the 5 characteristics. Is there what was the source? What was the time? What was the temperature? Is there any contaminants? And is there an odor? If you have time and temperature and an odor, then you can justify a 2 or 3. There's no real difference between a category 2 and 3. So once you move past that threshold, they would have to test it back. And if they didn't test, then it's up to them. What it comes down to is you could have that dispute if you want, or you could provide the information to say, hey, they came from a clean water source. It hit contaminants. I've had a house, the worst one I ever had, but it was like the best example, was I had a category 3 basement where there was fecal matter. Like the homeowner let the dogs use the basement as a toilet. Water hit the basement, and basically the entire basement was just cat 3. The main floor, you could have argued that the dogs walk upstairs so that the main floor would be cat 3 too, but the main floor was treated as category 1. They cleaned the surface of the floor, and then they extracted and dried it. Okay, so which one is it, 3 or 1? And in that case, I would agree. The top was 1 and the bottom was 3. You could make that justification all day long. So the source doesn't matter. It's how you document it. That's what it comes back to. The insurance company then making a pivot from that, they need to provide justification for it. Now, depending on what relationship you have with the insurance company, you might have to get a consultant in to argue it. If it's worth enough dollars, you bring a consultant in before you get to the point where you're arguing and you get an opinion. But it's tough when you got people that are not educated making decisions on something that they don't know anything about. And you always come across that. Then you have to make a decision if they're right for your business or not.
I hear you. Thanks, Chris. See, let's move on to Tammy's question here. Says, is there a good formula for GP when looking at the costs, labor, and materials? I look at all that before I submit the estimate, but we end up having to pull subs in for demo due to getting busy. The subs are just sending us a bill after the fact based on hours. Do you have any tips on working with subs and planning?
Yeah. So I like, if you're running the demo is interesting because you can set a budget. And so I use the components in Exact. I wish I could show it to you, but I use the component section of Exact where when you get your estimate together, it tells you how many hours it estimates the demo should be. So, if you're using the water damage line items or the DMO line items, what you do there is you come up with a budget. And it's a complex way, but effectively what you're doing is finding out how many hours does the program allow you for. And then you go back to the subtrade and say, hey, on this job, I've got 200 hours or 100 hours in demo, and I'm paying it at $50 an hour or $30 an hour. You know what your job's paying, and instead of getting them where they just, hey, I'll just throw my extra workers on there, whether they're good or not, you're like, that's a $3,000 job. Like, you're the one that's setting the price. Take control of it and be like, hey, this is $3,000. You want it? Take it or leave it for $3,000. If you run an inefficient job, you make less money. If you run efficiently and your guys are fast, you make more money. Put your A-listers on it. It's a bid price job, but you're telling them the number because you know what you can charge the insurance company for. So don't give your trades the opportunity to put their inefficiency into your job at your margin and your expense. We get into that like in the course that I built, we get into that in a big way because managing subtrades is a big part of making money, and not having in-house staff is or taking the pressure off in-house staff is a huge part of the business for sure. Excuse me.
All right. I'm kind of just gonna maybe do these in order then, going forward, because we keep getting a few. This is a question from Jake, who says, how do we deal with someone like State Farm who just shuts their eyes and says, nope, we won't pay for it. Charging the customer is the only course of action since they refuse to negotiate. And then he kind of gives a quote relevant to the question, but I think that the question is just dealing with obstinate carriers.
Is this Jake from State Farm? Just kidding.
Snake Farm.
No,
A lot of love for State Farm today in the comments.
This is Jake, and I'm asking about State Farm. No, any type of carrier, and it's fine because it could be regional too, right? So you could have an adjuster in one state that is completely a different experience in another state with the same company, just two different adjusters, two different regional offices, and how they're running. Also, inside those insurance companies, you got different types of policies that they write. So there's different tiers of policies. So there's like, we look at insurance companies and go, oh, well, State Farm is State Farm. Well, State Farm premium line is different than a State Farm econo line. So you got to know what kind of policy you're dealing with, or what type of insured you have. It's tough if you're on programs. Like if they're like, this is our price, and you're in a program. If you're not in a program, then you're playing free market. You're dealing with the homeowner, you're not dealing with the insurance company. So I'm light on the carriers. If you signed a preferred program, you accepted the terms and conditions and the rules that go with it. If it's free market, you're not obligated to it, but you might want to, work with them to make it easy. And maybe you're going to give up a few $1,000s in your estimate to make it smooth to get paid. But if it's a hard line, the homeowner is ultimately responsible for your services. It's more of a negotiating thing of like, what are you willing to trade for it? So I'd be willing to give price concessions for faster payment. If you want me to knock my bill down, then I want the check fast. So like, let's not nickel and dime. I'm not going to rewrite it. If I give you a bill for $5 and you want to pay me $42, then throw the check in the mail tomorrow and I'll agree to your deal. But like, I'm not doing any paperwork to justify it. Just cut my bill, give me a check, and we'll call it a day. I trade that. I trade fast payment for not having to deal with the bureaucracy. That's a good deal, because if you look at it, if I'm playing free market and someone else signed a vendor agreement, and so I always look at it as, what's my discount for getting vendor agreement work where I didn't have to do the agreement? Yeah, I gave a discount away, but if I force them to pay me quick and I got the same as another contractor would get for similar work, I could fight tooth and nail for my $5,000. But if you're just gonna write me the check really quick, you know what? I'll take that lower margin job and get it off my books and get to the next one. That's how I would approach it. But if it's to the point where it's below your cost of doing business, or it doesn't hit your bottom line profit margin, then you got to make those decisions before. If you're dealing with a company, regardless of who it is, and you don't like the way that they do business, turn the job down before you get it, right? Like, I don't do work with, we turned one insurance company down. If I found out it was the insurance company that I didn't want to deal with, I won't name the name, but if I was dealing with them and I didn't want it, we would turn the job down and I would just walk off the job. I wouldn't want to deal with them because I never got paid from them. So I was like, screw it. We're in there for a day. I'll take my loss, and I just don't even want to deal with it. We'll pull off the job, give it to someone else, and run. And then we would give the insured the bill for the time we were there. Call whoever they want. I don't care. I don't want their work. And so that you have to make that decision. It's hard if you need the revenue. It's easier if you have more revenue coming in than you know what to do with. So.
Okay. Yeah, tough break. We have a lot of comments, questions, just kind of along the line.
You guys are awesome. It's just rant central in there.
Okay, so Masood has been patiently waiting for this question. I started to kind of answer it myself, and Masood, if you're still on, maybe you can hop on and clarify. He was asking about the best estimation systems for content processing, household goods, post-mold remediation, etc. Seems like he was looking at Encircle. From an Encircle perspective, Masood, if you're looking at like contents pack out and inventory, that's something that we bake into our product for no extra cost. But if you're looking for something more on the estimating side, I may let Kris take that.
Yeah, so contents is interesting. There's like 10 different ways you can play that game, right? You can go rate and material. So you buy your box for $1.50, you sell it for $3, you make 50% every time. That's the way contents is really good at. If you get efficient in your pack out, that's a long question. Long answer. Rate and material works really good for certain things. Like packing out would be rate and material. If you were going to go box pricing for cleaning, then you drive the inefficiency into that rate and material so that you can drive efficiency into your box cleaning. And then you'd be like, hey, if I get the time to pack the box right, then I can give you $65 or $80 a box to clean it and run it through the ultrasonics because I know I can drive efficiency and I can get a unit price to work. As a general rule, you just go rate and material, and because contents is degree of cleaning required. If you were to look at Xactimate's pricing is kind of just pulled from the air. Like there's no science behind it. There's no methodology behind it. It's just, this is what maybe retail's worth. This may be what cleaning's worth. Rate and material is probably your best bet on contents. I've seen people try a bunch of different methods. You can make it work in boxes if you have a really, really honed system. You have to really work at it to make it work in boxes. But rate and material every day of the week.
So thanks, Kris. There's a question from Billy. He says, "Are we required to furnish timesheets for tech hours or tech hours?"
Yeah, great question. So it's kind of weird when we use unit pricing. If you're an exact, some of it is rate and material. Now, as a general rule, when you do rate and material jobs, you need supporting evidence. So in that program where we have rate and material pricing, what we're basically doing is we're saying, hey, we're saying it took more time. We're going to support cards for it. Where you normally get that is like travel, equipment inspection, picking up materials or picking up supplies, things that aren't included in the line item. That you should have time cards for. And so you have to know exactly what's included in your unit price bid is effectively what it is. It says, I'll do it for this price. Everything outside of that is rate material, and you should have time cards for. And so that's where these hybrid systems fall apart is like, when do I need a time card? When do I not? Now, we used to make our guys go through and do time cards on everything. And then someone says, I want to see all the time cards. And then it's like, well, hold on, you charged me for this and unit pricing, but you didn't pay that much. It didn't take that much time. It's like, well, yeah, but that unit price, if it was slower, I lose. If it's faster, I win. You just get a single price for the item. But for the unit price on time cards, anytime that you're doing things that aren't inside of like a per square foot price, you should have a time card or an equipment card or a consumable card for. So equipment rental is by the unit, you need a unit tracking card. Anything that's by the hour, you should have time cards to support it, 100%.
Great. So thanks, Kris. Some of these questions, some of the people who asked have dropped off. So I'm going to kind of skip down a little bit here and jump to this question from Gore. He says, during Cat 2 water damage, can we use a HEPA vacuum?
Yeah, there's wordings in the standards that would support a pre-clean on all Cat 1, 2, 3. So you could HEPA clean. So the HEPA is what are we removing? We're removing solid contaminants. So you could do a HEPA clean on a category 2 or 3. If they're still wet, then you're probably going to do a wet carpet extraction, right? So we're going to extract the water off a carpet, roll the carpet, get it out, get the pad out. You want all that water removed. So we're going to extract it. Then you got the floor, and let's say the floor is damp, but not. Do you do a HEPA vac on there? Yeah, you could do a HEPA vac and get all the carpet fibers and stuff off the ground, because then when you turn the air movers on, you don't want to aerosolize that. So you 100% could justify a HEPA clean on a category 1, 2, or 3. On a category 1, you might be doing like a wet carpet clean if it's carpet, but on a ceramic, you extract your water and then you could do a vacuum to get all the solids off the ground. All that's supported in the standards. So yeah, and it's not uncommon to see HEPA cleaning as a pre-clean.
Okay. Let's see. There's one from Kevin. It says, how can you justify Matterport in an estimate?
So that's where it comes in is, what are you providing? You're providing a 360 added service. And this is where the problem is with unit pricing by somebody else. Imagine you had just an Excel spreadsheet, right? Like that's how we build time and material budgets up. We have an Excel spreadsheet, we put all of our time material in, and you're like, I'm going to charge for a broom. And in Exact, you're like, well, there's no brooms in Exact, so you can't charge it for me. Well, when we do commercial jobs, I charge you for a broom. I charge you for a hazard sign in a hallway. I charge for everything in a rate and material commercial job. Xactimate or Symbility or any other company says, well, I'm not going to put everything and anything under the sun there. I'm just going to put the more common items in. And then you're supposed to create your own price list and add your own items in. So when you start to look at this, it's not that there's not a charge for it. Like if I'm doing a commercial job, I would put Matterport 360 documentation in. And if I did 2 or 3 scans during the job, I would show that and I would bill for it. It costs me money. It's part of my overhead is the argument. So the only argument is, well, that's the cost of doing business. Cool. Do you want me to add it to my hourly rate or do you want me to charge it out individually? The reason why it's charged out individually, or the reason you should add it as an additional charge, if you're not applying it to every job, then it's a charge that happens as like a one-off. So then the thesis behind it is we don't build it into every hourly rate, because if we built it into our hourly rates, it would mean we would be charging for it even if we didn't use it. That's why it's charged as a unit price. But if it's part of your everyday operation, you could build it into your hourly rate. And then it's part of your cost of doing business. It's built in as an hourly rate. You could justify it by adding it in. Sometimes what you're doing is just adding an extra half hour or 45 minutes on an hour charge. And it's like someone's time card gets rounded up. And that's how it's added in. If the adjuster doesn't want to see it, but they're like, yeah, I'm cool if you charge it, just don't show it. That's sometimes how it's done. I don't like that, but that's just the industry, right? Like everyone talks about fraud, but yet they're like, hey, don't show me this charge it to me something else. It's like, well, you've indicated you want me to do something different than what I'm actually doing. So like, what's fraud, what's not fraud? It's soft manipulating of program rules to make everyone happy so that we have to lie to make it happy. It doesn't make sense. It's just where the industry's at right now. I think that's going to change. Like I can't imagine this industry getting more efficient with more fake rules and fudge numbers than what we have right now. Like it's ridiculous. But how do you show it? You can either transparently show that you're charging more for it, or you can build it in as additional hours.
Yeah, okay. Let's see if this person posted anonymously, so I can't guarantee they're still on the call. But their question was kind of specific, actually, but maybe somebody still on the call has been in like a similar situation. So perhaps, you know, your advice could be useful for everybody sitting in. But they're kind of described a situation where they're saying, how would you deal with an adjuster and their supervisor that are refusing to review the file themselves after a third party has reviewed it, leaving the customer with a large out-of-pocket cost, about $15K. And you're getting nowhere with a third-party reviewer, as they're stating that it's up to the insurance adjuster to make a decision on what they're paying.
So when you run into situations like this, it's usually a breakdown in process. You somehow got to the end of the job where you now have a substantial dispute. And ultimately, we can easily say it's the homeowner's responsibility, but And technically that's true. But I think there's that's the easy out. I look at a process, because if you don't get paid that 15 grand, you have to increase your cost of acquiring that $15,000 difference. So you're going to have, what process would I put in? I can send it to a lawyer to try to get my 15 grand. Part of what you're doing is looking at your entire process from the contract to the collection. And so I look at is, where did we fall short of coming up with the right dollar amount? And you might have done everything right. If you communicated everything right, then that's fine. But usually there's a communication breakdown somewhere along the line. If you sign the contract with the customer and you say, you know what, we're going to do this work and this is how we're going to charge you, and the insurance company comes back and you don't have a relationship with them and they say, nope, we're cutting all this, your only action that you have is to lien the house and sue the homeowner. You don't have a contract with the insurance company. And I heard this amazing, it was an amazing piece of advice, is sympathy versus empathy. So a lot of times we sympathize with people and we take their pain on. Oh, you bought bad insurance. You grabbed the cheapest insurance out there and now you're surprised they're not paying. Your services are worth the extra 15 grand that the insurance company says they're not paying. It sucks that the homeowner chose the worst insurance company they could for the price that they decided to pay. Is that your problem? You can empathize with them and be like, that's not a very good situation to be in, but you needed to have these services provided. And because we provided it, I made your home healthy. I prevented mold. I cleaned you up, whatever you did to restore them. I'm entitled to be paid for my services. No different than if you go to a dentist and there's stuff not covered by your insurance company, you have to pay the difference. The difference is our bills are bigger. Do you offer them a payment plan? Do you have access to be able to say, hey, do you give us a payment plan and we'll put you on a 12-month or an 18-month payment plan? Ultimately, cutting your bill is not the answer. If you apply legal pressure to them, which is not fun, but if you lien their building and you put them in small claims court or sue them, their insurance company will have to take action. There's a lengthy process. So normally what I do is I'm like, what's that legal process? I failed at the beginning of my legal process. How do I streamline my business so that I get less of those? You're not going to eliminate them. You're just going to get less of them. It's a process thing. It all has to do with, do they owe you money up front? Do you get a retainer from them? Are they responsible for the difference? Did their insurance company make egregious discounts that they're not entitled to? If you have to apply them to the court, you have to apply them to the court. It's just the way it is. Or you write it off and say, hey, that's a learning lesson for me. I can't do that again.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris. While I kind of go back to our question list, would you mind putting the QR codes back on the screen? Somebody was asking for your estimating course and beta group specifically.
Yeah, so this one over here, the green one, that will get you the sign up for the conference, and if you're interested in when we got our product launched. And then I'll tell you guys about it when we're done Q&A here. But then we have a beta group, which is for anyone that's like, hey, I'm okay coming for the ride with you while we're building this thing out. The blue barcode is yeah, you want to be on the early adopter with us. And if you scan either one of those, I'll let you know about the conference we got coming up in July.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris.
Here, I'll size myself up here.
So we got a few questions left. I want to prioritize the ones that have a name attached to them, just because I want to make sure that I get to people first who I know for a fact are still on the webinar. So I'm going to jump ahead a little bit in the queue of questions. So hang tight. If you posted a question anonymously, I do want us to get to it. I just want to make sure I get these specific questions first. So Gore sent in another question. Says, if we're cleaning salvageable items, can we use an Xactimate bid item?
Ooh, so here's the thing. Could we use bid salvageable items? Okay, so is this salvage that the insurance company wants to sell after, or is this stuff that we're actually like doing a cleaning on. I'm not a big proponent. I know there's a green initiative out there, but if you could have cleaned it properly to the insured specifications to get it back to them, then that's money well spent, right? So let's say that an item costs $100 and it costs us $40 to clean it, and it can go back to the home. If it's not good enough for the homeowner, I'm not a big fan of taking items and cleaning them so that we can donate them or give them away. That's landfill. Like they're not normally used items. And so we've seen in the industry a push to like clean things so that we can sell them to lower the insurance company's cost of doing business. But there's still a cost. Like there's like maybe if the thing has high value, it makes sense to do it. But on like your normal general household items, they're garage sale items. They hold a garage sale value. Why are we wasting our time on it when we're increasing the risk of someone getting a contaminant from not their house? So if I'm reading the question right, it's salvage. If we're taking salvage items and cleaning it so someone can sell it, no. If I'm doing it for like, employees that want a couch and they're like, hey, I think we can clean this, maybe. But if I couldn't clean it for the homeowner, I'm sure as hell not going to spend my time trying to clean it for some random.
Sense. Thanks for that question, Gore. We had a question. This is kind of very, I guess, open-ended from William. I know there is at least one William still on the call. Said, what estimating software would be your top recommendation?
It's hard. Depends on what type of work you're doing. So I like Xactimate. I'm still a big fan of it. It's just in the program, it's got limited rules. If someone puts guardrails and tells you your hands are tied behind your back, it's really hard to operate it right. I like Rate and Material, like Time and Material Pro. If I'm gonna do commercial jobs, I like Rate and Material just if I'm doing like small jobs. Your own unit pricing, like just having a price sheet and just running a tally sheet works just as good if you're doing small jobs. Like it depends on the type of work you're doing. If you're going to play in the program work, if you're not playing program work, I avoid their systems, right? Like I'm not going to walk into an auditing funnel. It's kind of like a trap. I'm not walking down the auditing trap if I'm not playing the game the way they want to play it. So my hourly rates are different than their hourly rates. I'm not putting my estimates in a system that they can easily auto audit. I'm going to play the rate and material game. It depends how you play the game. That's really what it comes down to it. And you should have a strategy on like, hey, some of my book of business I'm playing by the rules. Some of it I play by my own rules. There's nothing wrong with that. It's good for you to have a strategy on how you're going to price your business. You have to sit down and actually think about it though, and be like, hey, on these types of businesses, I'm going to have this price list with this rule set, and this is how we're going to do it. And then when we do program work, we're going to do it this way. When we do property manager work, we do it this way, and everyone knows the system you're using. But I like Exact. I'm not a huge fan of Symbility just from, or whatever they call it now, just from the framework that it's more detailed, which means more mistakes. I like Exact's program, and I like TNM. And then if I can, I'm bidding it or going value pricing. Like I'll give you a number. I don't need to break it down for you. And then before I saw your question come in, bid items, like bid item there, like again, there's no methodology behind their content cleaning line items. Like it doesn't say it's this much fluid, it's this type of equipment to clean it. Like their bid item or their unit items are actually like mini bid items. They have no idea how they built it. It's kind of based on what is the replacement cost of an average item, and then let's give it 25 or 30% of that. If you were coming up for a price, like you have to make a decision, is that where you can do business on a price? Like, does the unit price of cleaning a salt and pepper shaker make it worth doing? Or is the unit price on cleaning jeans worth doing? You have to make a decision. If not, change your price. If the insurance company says don't change the price, then if you're like $7 per pair of jeans, not worth it, they get NR'd. Economically non-restorable. It's not that you couldn't do it, So you couldn't do it for the dollar that they were offering. Economically non-restorable.
Right. Let's see. Here's one from Garrett. What is a good way to combat an adjuster or carrier that says they can only allow for standard grade on flooring, the lowest price of the 4 flooring line item options, without an ITEL report? We use average grade pricing on all flooring with supporting documentation to justify high or premium grade if needed, but it seems a lot of carriers are switching or want to go with standard grade materials and everything.
Yeah, so it's not ethical either way, right? Standard grades without an ITEL, what they're saying is, hey, we know we're getting, you have to look at it. They put processes in place, and the average insurance company is not really well educated on how the game's played, how the restoration game's played. So they put processes in to pull the outliers in, like, hey, this one company always puts premium carpet in and it could be average. Well, let's just charge standard unless you have a validation from a third party. It makes sense on the law of big numbers. It's not necessarily right. I wouldn't even care though. If it was like, I kind of own flooring, I'm good with it. If you want to give me an ITEL and that's where you want your validation come from, if it says it's premium grade or standard grade or in between, cool, I don't care. But to just randomly guess at what we're dealing with, if the insured has a receipt, or they have what the, like, very few do. But otherwise, I'm good with third parties saying, hey, like, it's standard grade unless we get an ITEL. Send in the ITEL, send in a sample and get it inspected, or do the digital ITEL. I don't have a problem with that. Like, that's, to me, I like that better, because it's, at least we're now trying to get to a right number. And then once we get the grade, we can then figure out our cost and hit our margins off there. Flooring is actually a nice book of business where you can still make 40 points on flooring if you've got the wholesale flooring supply. I think it's a good position. Even if you're doing retail, you're making your overhead and profit on it. Okay, whatever they want. Again, it's the homeowner that has to battle if they want higher grade carpet or lower grade carpet. It's not my fight. Like, they bought junk insurance. If that's the fight that's there, it's not my fight to be had. I'll put in, premium Italian custom tile if that's what you want, when you had linoleum before. If you want that vinyl sheetrock, cool. You want custom Italian, I'll put it in. Who's paying? That's all I need to know. Is like, are you paying the difference? No, well, then you should fight your insurance company. Otherwise, you're getting standard grade. Like, just don't make it your problem. You got too big of a career, too long of a career to win every fight. If the homeowner is happy with standard grade, then I'm happy putting it in for them. That's just my old mentality used to be I would fight tooth and nail for them, but then I realized that they bought cheap insurance. And the byproduct of buying cheap insurance is they get something. They don't get top of the grade replacement. I don't lose sleep over it anymore. Like, if you chose bad insurance and they jerk you around, that's on you. That's not on me. Don't make it your problem. You're a contractor. Your job is to go in and get the scope. You just need to know who's paying. They want to upgrade? Cool. They're paying. Well, they were entitled to more. Maybe. Maybe not. I'm not reading their insurance policy. I didn't pick the insurance company. They did. They told me this is how much they're paying, and I'm telling you this is how much to get you back to what you need. You make a choice. Make it their choice. And it sounds cold, but that's the business we're in. Like, I would love to help you. On the mitigation side, I'm actually more sympathetic than on the rebuild side. So maybe it's just being older and crusty, but I'm like, at the end of the day, you bought cheap insurance. That's what you get. And you see 200 or 500 jobs a year. You don't have time to sit there and get emotional over everybody getting less quality carpet. Like, it's not your business.
Okay. Question from Ricky. He's been waiting on this one a while. He says, I do have a question on Xactimate. I'm always being questioned on removal of labor minimums, even if we remove a sink or vanity and toilet, as an example, and we only do mitigation.
Yeah, so
he also adds, I'm not on program work, but always deal with a third party for review.
So those minimums are built so that you can go in and it's $400 whether you do one item or another. Now, if you're bringing a plumber in, the argument is who's doing the work. So if you're doing it as a water technician, you're like, hey, we'll take on the liability of detaching a toilet, and it's part of your labor hours as a water damage technician, I could see that. We charge you a plumber rate. There's probably no minimum if you're just doing the mitigation. If you brought a plumber in and they were just to take a sink apart for you, and it's kind of one of those things like, how do you do business? Again, the program, digital software is built one way. How would I actually charge you if it was rate and material? So if it was rate and material, and I was doing the work and I said to my technicians, hey, you guys know how to turn the water taps off on the toilet? Yeah. Can you take it off? Yeah. Do I want to make that decision? Yes. Okay, that's our liability. We accept it now. So now I said we will detach plumbing, but we won't put it back in. And I think that's what you're saying. Then what I would do is I'd be like, well, I would just charge you the tech time to do it. And it's just part of my service. I'm not going to charge you a plumber rate for doing that type of work. I would lean more into the insurance company's argument on that. The only reason I would defer from that is you're using it as a line item. So if you detach the toilet, could you use the WTR or the HMR codes that are around that? Yeah, maybe. And then is there a plumbing minimum if you do it that way? No, but are all the line items in exact? No, they're not. So then you have to change the labor code in each item. There's no clear answer. It's your business, but I would probably half agree with them is that I wouldn't charge the minimums. If they're letting you charge the plumber rate on it, take the plumber rate. Like, it's a pretty good deal. You didn't have a minimum. The minimum is there. The minimum charge is to say, hey, I'm charging you a minimum to have a plumber come in because they won't show up for $24. So the thesis around the minimum is that you have to pay $325 to get someone to show up to the door, or $400, whatever the number is, to get them to show up to the door to do that $25 of labor. If that's not true, if you're not having that person come in, then the labor minimum gets wiped out, and then you're getting paid for the time that you're there. That's the theory. So if you were like, I'm in-house, we're doing it, then I would agree with them. I wouldn't pay the minimum. But that doesn't mean that you don't have some kind of, like, your pricing scheme could say, hey, when we do plumbing, we charge a $250 minimum to touch the plumbing because it's a liability, and then we charge our normal hourly rate after. Like, you could get into that kind of pricing scheme, but you're getting into complex custom pricing. Just as a general rule, I would say I would probably just charge the hourly rates and get rid of the minimum if me and my team were doing it in-house.
Well, I hope that helps answers your question there, Ricky. I should probably go back and respond to some of these anonymous ones. Hopefully the people that posted these are still here, and then I can jump maybe back down to some of the more recent ones.
Well, let's do a couple more, and then I'll rip through it. We'll get done here in the next 15.
How about I do this? If you posted a question anonymously, a while back, going back to 2 p.m., if you're still here, repost it for me. Otherwise, maybe I'll just assume you're not here anymore, which is like maybe a little not fair of me, but I just want to make sure we can get to people that are definitely still here. So here's one, just came in. It's a hot one. I'm charging time and material for a fire loss, full PPE. For packing, I'm using Lab CLNR. Adjuster wants me to use CDC Lab C, which is a lower rate. How do I get it through their head that there is a premium charge working in a fire, smoke, soot contaminated situation? CDC Lab C is for any generic packing.
Yeah, see, that's the problem I have with the program is it was built based on like 1990 standards, and today's world we have more laws around us. I don't think you're wrong. Like straight up, it's well, there's a lower price in the program, so you should charge us the lower price. Again, it's inside picking off a menu and saying this is the price for the service. It's like, well, if I just did you time and materials, I'd say my guys are in full PPE, they're in a hazardous environment, you're paying the hazardous rate at rate and material. The fact that they're now like, oh no, we want a different rate. It's what's the justification of that? So one, what's your site safety assessment say? So did you do a site safety survey that says your guys require PPE? That site survey could be built into your contract saying when these conditions are met, we charge this rate structure out. That's how I would build it, is that it's the rate structure is based on a site safety assessment. And so then you have it. And then when we get into like, if you go deep into like contracts and strategies around pricing, that's the first place I would go is like, what's my contract say to elevate that price to this term? If you don't have it, then it's an opinion. And so we want to get away from opinion. You want to actually have it based on what is the number, how do we base our price on that number, and what justifies us choosing this category. Site safety assessment says if we're in PPE and the site has been deemed hazardous, then we charge the hazardous rate. And then it's really not questioned then at that point. Because then they'd be like, well, this lower rate, that lower rate applies for regular work, and we're not in regular work, we're in this work, and this is the rates we charge. And you could come back and say, hey, any work we do, we switch the normal rate to the HMR labor code. And that works too, right? Because you're getting a higher price, even though the inefficiencies aren't built into it. At least it's better than it was. There's no good answer. That's the problem with Xactimate and stability. There's no good answer because it's a shit system built by the pricing system isn't built for restorers by restorers. It's built by a combination of people that think that, you know, we should modify our numbers to make the insurance company happy, and then we modify the numbers to make a restorer happy. It's a garbage system if you look at it from that perspective. I like it because you can tune it. I love that. It's when it gets into like, well, this is what you should charge me. No, this is how I am charging you. That's how we price the job. The problem is there's no best practices built in the industry to say this is how a job should be charged and this is appropriate, because everyone's worried about antitrust. Like if you look, that's the biggest challenge is anyone and everyone has an opinion and none of them are basing it based on fact. So put yours more fact-based, but again, you're still getting in these arguments and then it's just opinions and then it's a business decision. There's no good answer. We're not that well organized as an industry yet.
Okay.
True.
Let's see. A lot of these questions are older from anonymous people and who I haven't really gotten anybody back in the chat saying, hey, me. There was one question from a gentleman or a person who is still on the call, I think, R. Romney. This question though is like quite specific. I think it might be better to take offline. I think Kris, you maybe share an email
Sure.
with the attendees. So to you, R. Romney, we'll get you Kris's email. You might want to pose the question offline. That might be a little bit better way to get that question answered.
Okay, tell you what, let's do this. Thanks, Kristen, for putting that up. I'll roll you guys through. Some of you stayed on this call long. If you want to see what we're doing, I'll share that, and then I'll stick around for another 10 minutes. As long as my voice holds up here, I'll stick around after for anyone else that has questions, and that way we keep everyone happy. And I'll share with you guys with what we're doing here. So we came up with this, and it's taken me longer than I expected to get done, but it's pretty awesome. What we're doing is we're putting together everything that's based on profitable restorer. So like technicals, how they time in. And what I realized when I was with Encircle is that everything that we had been taught in the industry and everything I was trying to push through on the digital side was up against the old way of doing business. And I kept coming back to this question is like, what if everything I was taught was wrong? Because every time we try to put digital technology into restorers' hands, it always conflicted with like how things actually happened in the field. And that's where I realized that standards and the business and the technical and the technology, they weren't all compatible. And so when I came up with this question, it's not that it's technically wrong. It's just, what if it's wrong for business? And when I looked at the business, the part I was looking at is how do you increase your profitability? Well, you can do two things. You can actually make more money on the jobs you do, or you can grow your business and expand the growth of your business. Either one will make more money, but one's easier to do than the other. It's easier to make more money on the work you're already doing than to go and double or triple your business. And when I started to look back at like when I failed as a business owner, when we had those rough years, all the things that happened and all that imposter syndrome, all that negative talk I did to myself, where you basically just shoot yourself in the foot, it all came in. And it was, I thought it was, on one hand, I had the imposter syndrome. I thought I was doing really well. And on the other hand, I was losing money in my business and I felt like a loser because I'm like, I can't figure this out. And I actually was about to quit the industry at that time because I had another job offer in agriculture space. And I was like, I don't know anything about agriculture, but I'm sure I can learn it faster than this. And what I realized is you got to stick into this. And I told you about the Dunning-Kruger effect. I was at the bottom of the Kruger effect when I quit. Is I knew enough that I knew I had no idea what I was doing, and I also knew enough that I was like, there's a lot of things I did wrong, and you get into this helpless feeling. So I was trying to figure out, how do you get someone past it? And the best way we came up with is that if you can train somebody faster through the processes of technical, you can get them through it, and you can actually get someone to profitable and really profitable really quick. So what we did is I built out this estimating strategies. We're just finishing up the last production on it. And so what it is going through and explaining in detail how to build all 5 of those estimating systems out so they all work together. And then what we did is we basically said, hey, if you come in and you have a strategy of when you're going to use these systems, how you use them, how you can negotiate, which levers do you pull, you're in control of your price and your margin. You'll know what to do and how to do it, and when you're making money and when you're losing money. So we put that in the course, and then we came in and said, okay, I'm going to teach you profitable Xactimate, not Xactimate level 1, 2, 3, but I'm going to go through every level so that you can level up and get your certifications. I just can't do it as an XCT. I can't be banned from saying things that are true about anybody's program. So I won't sign anything that doesn't allow me to just talk straight facts about the program. So you can learn level 1, 2, or 3. So you can go get certified. But the way we're going to do it is we're going to focus on anything in the program that is Buttonology that's wrong. I'm going to teach you how to do it in the business that's right. And so we get rid of all the bad lessons right before you start. So if you got new estimators, we're not teaching them bad habits that lead to lower margin, because that's what happened to my guys. Is all of a sudden we started teaching Buttonology and they started making bad decisions. So we're going to go in there and teach exactly how you do it so you can make a profitable estimate. The other thing is when do you come up with your own price list? So I think you should have multiple price lists depending on your customer. And what's interesting is if you do a cost of doing business analysis, you figure out what your overheads are based on your projected volumes. They change. So you run some different scenarios, like what happens if we have a really big mitigation year versus what if we have a drought year and we don't get a lot of emergencies. Your pricing is going to change. You're going to have more overheads if you don't do as much mitigation. So you have to have that figured out, and you review it monthly. Now, the monthly review is really easy, but once you do that, you can come up with multiple price lists so that you have the right way to play the game. Hey, I'm doing military and government contracts. Well, this is the price list we use. Hey, I'm doing a property manager. Then this is the price list. I have a bad insurance company that never pays. Well, then this is the price list I use, and here's where I negotiate. Versus an insurance company that really is good to us. Well, then this is the deal I give them. And so we work through that and we build that customer strategy out. The other thing that holds most owners back is how they understand money. So the staff and the owners don't see money the same way. So it's the concept of money, how we think about it, how we value our goods and services. And it's sort of the question that came up with like contents. Like, how do I value what my cleaning bill should be? I don't know, 50% of replacement seems like a good deal. It's either you pay for replacement or you give me half the value of replacement. Well, I want to pay you 25%. Well, I can't do it for 25%, but I could do it for 50. So we come up with how do you value your goods and services, which comes to starting to put a value on the price of your business. How do I get the customer to perceive that value? And then how do I justify charging the customer the dollars that I'm going to charge? All of that comes into not feeling guilty about generating profit. And so inside of there, we also talk about where do you pay bonuses for your staff and how do you make that work? The other part is, and where we see most of the problems, is estimators are not understanding dollars, and some owners don't understand dollars. We go in and explain exactly how profitability is built. What's the difference between markup and margin, and get the entire business speaking the same language. Contribution margin and financials, how each silo is impacted differently and how you have to actually make sure your estimating is aligned with each silo. Then we go into the margin curve, and the biggest mistake estimators make in losing money is that they look at every percentage the same way. So we break that down and start putting band or expectations of where estimators need to crank profit. And then what we do is we go with the hidden dangers of cost compression. When you go to scale, your business hits this major frustration of you don't have enough money to grow, but you're also not able to get through some of the bad areas where you're losing money. So that cost compression is what holds your business back. So we're going to work you through there, and it all comes down to being a good estimator, but it comes into running a profitable business, and then setting competitor traps, when to pass on jobs. I don't like to take low margin jobs, but you have to make a strategy in place. When you do take a low margin job, someone has to approve it before it happens. So we did that. We came up with that whole business, and then we went back and looked at what are the mechanics of actually writing estimates. So we have the ROM, when and how to use the ROM, how to properly communicate your range of your estimate. When I hear that $15,000 loss, where you're like, hey, we're 15 grand out. At the beginning of the job, if we said it's between 15 and 30, and then at the end we're like, hey, we're like between 20 and 25, we should only be a couple grand off the mark. Somehow the communication process failed where there's like a $15,000 difference. Usually it has to do around ROM or the do not exceed mistakes that we're seeing. Then what we have is we have selling change orders. So we're not, as an industry, very good at selling. We're good at order taking, but we're not good at selling. So it's using change orders to up the margin of a job, not to just decrease the margin of a job. And then what we do is we want to get rid of those scope battles a lot of you guys were talking about, where the scope is being battled. I try to deal with it before we get into the estimate, and then we track costs in real time. And that's where we track to make sure our margins are on there. And then what we're doing is when you're in this program, a lot of it's self-learning. And then what we do is every 2 weeks we get together for a 90-minute session, kind of like what we're doing right now. We teach something, and then we sit and do Q&A for an hour and 15, depending on how big the lesson is. And we just work through different problems. And then that leads to the next coaching session. And so we do these bi-weekly coaching sessions where we basically sit down as a group and figure out how are we going to make more money? What challenges do we have? How do we break through on an estimating system? Hey, I'm trying to apply this system into my business. Why is it struggling? And then finally, what I did is I came up with a system where, for a lot of you, we saw about 50% of you weren't making money. So for a lot of you, what we're doing is we're going to put in the 7-day cranking profits challenge. You don't have a lot of margin to play with, and I've been there. I've lost money. So what it is if you come in and you sign into the program for 7 days, all we're going to do is look at low-lying fruit. Forget the fundamentals of estimating. Let's find you some money. So we're going to focus on, for 7 days, your 1 week, it's go fix the most important parts in your business just to get some profit coming in so that you can reinvest it in your business. Then we'll spend 30 days getting your estimating systems set up. And all we're trying to do is get away from that horrible feeling of like, I'm wasting all my time spinning on a treadmill, and we want you to be profitable again. So that 7 days is focused on profitability. And then the 30 days is getting the fundamentals built into your business. And from there, we train in and get you to be a powerhouse estimator. All of that's going to qualify for RIA and IICRC credits. And so that's where I'm at right now. And then what we're doing is when we sign up, now we haven't come up with the full program, so that's going to be released in June and July. I haven't come up with a price point on it, but it's going to be an all-inclusive price. So as we add water damage, fire, contents all in there, and I've got trainers coming in, it's going to be just an all-in-one price for the online stuff. I have a 30-day money-back guarantee that we're putting on it, so like there's going to be no risk. That's where you come in and you're like, hey, if I want to be part of the beta group, when we announce it, you can say, yeah, I want to be part of it. If you're like, hey, when it's built, give it to me. That's what the 2 QR codes are for. So sorry, I'm losing my voice, but that's the appreciation for letting me pitch you on that. I'll put those QRs up again, but you're going to get all of this. And effectively, my goal is that you're going to get a 10, 20, 30 time ROI on your investment because you don't have a ton of time and money to spend not doing it right. So that's where I'll end that one. And we'll come back and I will, those are the QRs. If you're in the beta, you're in the blue. If you are like, hey, wait till we're done, we're in the green, and then I'll take some more questions.
Really exciting, Chris. I think there's I'd say maybe two more questions that we might want to answer. This one is from Elena, I think. It says, we are a mitigation and restoration contractor, not in any programs, but we get pushback, like we don't pay for that or we don't accept that charge. And she's wondering, why are we held to program rules when we're not a program vendor?
So that is a normal problem here in Canada so it depends. So here's the other thing. Are you on a franchise or not? Because that depends too. We used to not be on the same programs as our sister franchises. And then you dig heels in here and they're like, well, I'm going to punish the people next to you. If you're an independent, you can play the game more harder. Their rules, their program rules, don't apply to you because their policy isn't written. So an adjuster on the call can tell you the policy doesn't say that they don't pay for this or they don't pay for that. That's an internal policy decision. Nobody tells you that you can't charge like an emergency service call out during the day. You could charge it. Is it $250 or $500? It doesn't matter. You can charge whatever you want. They have policy wordings of what they are and aren't responsible for paying. It's gray, so it's a dispute. If it's in between, you make a decision. If you take the price reductions of being on a program and they pay you quick, I'd be like, hey, listen, what do you want? How much from the price that you had to the price they want? Is it 5%? If it's a 5% reduction, I'd look at it as part of my cost of doing business. If I'm in that space and I go, hey, I deal with this one insurance company, they always want to give us program rate revenue. I need to know how much they want to cut for me to make a decision whether it's worth fighting for. It's like, hey, pay me quick and I'll take your deal. Because the alternative is, what was the deal for a program vendor? I'm going to give you volume for that discount. Okay, well, I'm not getting volume from you. So I want quick payment for that discount. I'll take that. I like that. And then I feel good about it. I got something in return. If they take 4 months to pay me, then I'm not going to be very happy, right? But you're in a position where it's like, do you want to dig heels in? Is it someone you want to work with, or is it someone you don't want to work with? The customer can pay the difference. Like, that's fine too. The program rules don't apply. What does your contract say? What is your communication process during the claim? And then what is the payment process? Most of that conflict happens at the beginning, but we don't deal with it there. So if they have program rules in place, we should know it before we start because we have to make a decision. Do we want to do this work or not? Right? There's one insurance company in the Midwest that every time I hear them, I'm like, oh, that's an absolutely horrendous deal that they do because they always fight every invoice after the fact. Like, why would you even do work for them? Make a decision to not do work for them.
Okay. All right. So Chris, this came in from R. Romney a while ago. I mentioned it earlier. If you feel like you maybe want to answer it offline, that's fine. I'll go ahead and pose it. The question is, I'm interested in starting a local company which solely works the content loss end of claims for inventorying and valuation purposes. It seems there are companies handling this that are not local and they hinder the inventorying process due to blocks in the extensive communication chain. How feasible do you think this is? Not interested in restoration itself, but may accept jobs from both insurance and restoration companies.
Yeah, so there's two things. It's a very feasible company. Having that third-party inventory done properly is I think hugely important and might even be something that you could call an emerging market in our industry. There's two threats to that model. One, restorers could do that and charge for it if the insurance company decided that they want to use a restorer as a partner. But right now, insurance companies look at the restorer as like the necessary evil, and they need third parties all over the place to do the work. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon, but some of the market would slip over to the restorer saying, hey, we'll do the inventory for you. We're already there. And it's just coming up with a replacement cost pricing, which is an administrator you need to have. I think you're going to see some people move that way. Some franchises probably move into that space because it's just another service offering, you know, a differentiator. But is there a need for a third party to come in and do an inventory? It's been done for a lot of years, so it's an established market. The reason I say it's emerging is I think there's still, it'll depend on what the insurance industry does. Now that they're putting more field adjusters back in the field, or they're hiring more field adjusters, they're not going to do the inventory. So they're going to want to go look at the loss and have someone do the inventory for them, because their goal is to be processing claims. I think that's still a market that's out there. The two things that will be a threat: can technology be faster at doing it? Maybe. And then the other one is, can restorers go and do that service? And they haven't moved too fast on it. So is that a major threat? Contents is not the primary wheelhouse of a restoration contractor today. If it becomes more of a primary service for restoration, then I would say that's an easy place to absorb revenue for a restorer. But I don't know where that goes. But it's a good model, and it is getting a lot of uptake depending on the insurance company you're dealing with.
Well, I appreciate you answering that. I don't know. We got a couple last minute questions that came in after 5. Kris, I want to be respectful of your time and stay on the call.
I'm good. My voice is still here.
Okay. So the person who sent us that question had a follow up, but somebody else sent. Well, if we're gonna do both, then
do both.
That follow up. So he says, how do I figure out what to charge for this?
Charge for what?
This contents business you guys were just.
So there's two ways. There's like price per item, and then so you got kind of like the same thing. You got unit pricing, right? Where we come in and say price per item. We assume it takes 5 minutes per item to research, and you do price per item, or rate and material. It's $120 an hour, or $150 an hour, or whatever you charge to go and price that inventory out. And just so you know, just it's professional service, and because you don't have the volume, the hourly rate's probably higher than what like a technician is. So when you look at it, rates that I've seen in there is not different from like $80 to $200 an hour for that type of service. When you look at that type of service and you're like, well, what if I do unit price? Well, if you get something that's really unique, like an antique or a hard to locate item, maybe it's like you could do blended pricing, like items that take less than 5 minutes is $2 or $3 an item. Items that take more than 5 minutes is T&M. Kind of have to come up with your pricing, but those are really your only two models. It's a per unit price or an hourly rate, and it does it all. The hourly rate to me makes more sense because your job is to get completeness on the list. If it takes longer to research prices, it takes longer. If it's shorter, you would win if you were on unit pricing, but your risk to lose is much higher. So I would just do rate and material.
Yeah, that's good info, Kris. Thanks for sticking around and waiting for that question to that person that asked. I guess I see one more in here, which is from Cassie, saying, is there a way we estimators could get a catalog or list of things that the insurance companies will pay for or not, so that when kickback is given, we can push to get items paid for?
So there's not. We're actually building something similar to that. I'm working with a company. We're actually working on how to create the right compliance piece for insurance. So I'm working on that on an estimating side. We're not there yet, but effectively what we're looking to do is wherever there's compliance reduction, I want to track how many dollars are being reduced off of my estimate. So from a business decision, if I want to do work with somebody, I want to know, and like anything, right? If we hire a painter and the painter gives us a discount on their invoice, but then they give us a discount on like, hey, I do extra things for you. What's the value of those extra things? So I want to know when I base a decision on which insurance company I want to deal with, what are in the written rules and what are in the unwritten rules. And I need to know how much dollars I lose every year into the unwritten rules. I should also know how many dollars I lose in the written rules, because one SLA might look really bad, but when you get into the program, you realize that that's how they enforce the job. It's just whatever's the SLA, that's what they enforce. Everything else is free. Another company, the SLAs is what gets enforced, and the unwritten SLAs get enforced, and all of a sudden it's a junk contract for you. So we're working on trying to come up with a method to track the profitability on there. So the only thing I could say is click on those QRs, and then when I get that in place, then we'll have that program in place, and it will help dramatically reduce your the amount of dollars they're slipping through. No, it's the other side of it is it might make sense to have those dollars slip into those reviews. Like you may have very low marketing costs and very low overheads to win that work. So then I would make a trade on how much money am I trading for the book of business that I'm getting. Like this industry is really emotional. Like I say it, I'm like the pot calling the kettle black. I get emotional when people cut my bills. I don't like it. So what I do is I worry about how do I build a pricing model where if my bills are being cut, I'm making a financial decision. Mentally, I have to be in agreement with the fact that I'm getting my bills cut. If I don't get my bills cut or I don't want them cut, then I'll be like, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it for this price. Pound sand until I understand the financial situation. So what is my potential upside? If I know what the upside is, like, hey, I'm going to get $1.5 million of revenue and I got to give up $100,000 for it. How much did I make? Did I make 40 or 50% on it? Okay, well, I made $500,000. I can give up $100,000 for that. Oh, that's okay. But if I gave up $400,000 and I only made $200,000 and my overheads don't cover it, that book of business is off my books. I'm wasting time. So it's a good question, but it kind of depends on like what your margins are, what your volumes are, and then what is the individual company, and it changes. The really wild thing is it changes region by region. I just did 2 weeks ago, I did a survey of like, we had 3 insurance companies. I won't name them, but I put 3 insurance companies on the board and said, which one would you say is a high quality insurance company that pays well? And then which one's a low quality insurance company that pays really poorly, and who's in between? And depending on the region, people were marking it differently. And we had this discussion and it was like, hey, this top tier company is up here, but they're also down here. Why? Well, in my region, they suck. Ah, okay. So, but they're a top tier company. Yeah, but not here. And so it depends who you're dealing with. What's the branch do? What's the national protocols? There's so many factors that go into it.
Right. So I think that's probably a good place to to cut for the day.
Long one. Thanks for sticking around, guys. A bunch of you guys made it to the end. I love it. You guys are enduro hardcore.
And I know it's a marathon, Kris, so we thank you a million.
Awesome.
I know we've got lots.
You got my contact info. Find me on LinkedIn, Facebook. Love to be friends. And then if you see me floating around, just say hi. And if you need anything, reach out to us. Appreciate you guys.
Well, I will echo everyone in the chat and say thank you, Kris. It's always so educational to have you out, and we'll be looking forward to the next time. And I want to thank everyone else as well who attended, especially you troopers who stuck out to the very end. So we appreciate you guys giving us so much of your time in an afternoon. So thanks all around to everyone. I hope that you all have a great evening.
Have a great day, guys.